Good evening, everyone. It's Monday, June 9th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. It's 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here. Tonight we're going to play a Deadbolt Mystery Society box. It's been a while since we've played one, but we do have a long history with this company on the channel. And I labeled this an audience choice. You know how that goes. You're going to decide what box we play. However, instead of giving you a choice of 30 boxes to play, I'm going to give you a choice of 3. And I'm going to explain a little bit how these boxes differ. The first box you have to choose from is called The Watcher. This is a rated 7.5, so a little bit higher than average difficulty, but in the range, and has been recommended to us as one of the better boxes by people on the Discord. It's a single case, 2000, I don't know what year this is. I thought it was maybe, well, okay, doesn't matter. Anyway, highly regarded, recommended, single box. We'll play it and finish it tonight. The other 2 boxes in front of me are different. This one here, the Copycat Saga, is actually a collection of 4 boxes that are related. As I understand it, there are 3 cases that were separate, released by Deadbolt Mystery Society as separate individual boxes, and then this new box called Copycat, which ties into these previous 3. So not an intended series, not a campaign that was written as a campaign, but 3 independent cases, and then 1 case that connects, that sort of plays off the 3 of them. All in one very big, heavy box. And then your third choice today is a little bit similar. It's a pair of boxes that have been combined into one. The first one, called The Collector. Does it say it on the back like the other? No. The first one, called The Collector, which I guess they released as a standalone box at some point, 2019 maybe. And then a followed up called Catch Me If You Can, The Collector Part 2, which was not released as a subscription box. Everything else here in front of me was released as a subscription, monthly subscription box. This one was sort of a separate little out of subscription box. They do that regularly. I don't know how they have time to make so many boxes and then still release out of subscription boxes. The other important thing to note is that both the Copycat Saga and the Collector series are rated at like 9 difficulty, 8.5 or 9. This one rated at 9 difficulty, and this one rated at 8, maybe. It's very rare that we play Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes rated at such high difficulty. We are not going, if we choose to play one of these, we won't be playing it all tonight. So if you decide you want us to play this 4-box set, you are basically voting that we spend 4 nights in close succession playing this. Maybe this week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday. So you shouldn't be voting for that unless that's what you want. YouTube says 19 concurrent viewers and 2 likes. All right. Does anyone want to say anything about your choices here before we open up the room to voting? You know what I need on this channel? I need a little bit of a scale so I can weigh things. I do have a scale, but I'm going to get a scale for us. 4-part, 2-part, 1-part, very highly regarded, 7.5 difficulty. And then we get into 8 difficulty or higher and 9 difficulty. I don't think we've ever played a 9 difficulty level case. I'm a little nervous about that. Perplexed Puzzler says, it would make sense for Deadbolt to release progressive stories in the subscription. They don't seem to do that too often. I would like to see them do that as well. I wish they did release more connected stories. They do have their own little town and lore, so occasionally there are little tie-ins. But I don't know why they don't do it more. Doris has played Catch Me If You Can and said it was very hard. Mystified has joined us for the first time. Okay, let me open the voting and you guys can vote while we continue talking here. All right, go ahead. You vote for what you want to play. Remember, this is one set. We'll do it this way. All right, while you're voting, what should we talk about? Let me say a couple more things about Deadbolt Mystery Society. They've released now 100 boxes or so, over 100 boxes. They are one of the more consistent puzzle-based games and one of my favorite. I love the narrative, combination of dark narrative with puzzle. And we've played about 26 of them on the channel, or exactly 26, and I've reviewed them all in little spoiler-free 5 at a time. And I have a new review that will go live of the last 5 we played this coming week. So if you don't want to join me for this playthrough, you can watch our reviews. They're a little bit expensive. Now they're probably $35 a month. That's a little bit expensive for a one-night thing, although normally you can pass them along. I don't currently have a subscription. I used to if the channel was such a backlog now that I've stopped the subscription. And I do occasionally get boxes sent to me by viewers of the channel, newer boxes, because I have all the older boxes, and I really do appreciate that. Okay, let's see. What else do we need to talk about before we get started? I did want to thank the latest latest supporter to the Patreon, Danielle. And I just renewed the subscription to Dear Holmes, which we play on Sundays. That's a $200 a year subscription, over $200. And it's only because of Patreon supporters that I'm able to bring these games to the channel. So thank you to them, and thank you on behalf of everyone in the chat who's not in a position to support the channel from the Patreon. We can at least thank those of you who do. Let's see what we've got. Looks like we've got 4 votes for The Watcher, the standalone. 1 vote for The Collector. 1 vote for Copycat. So it looks like so far we're going to play The Watcher. Anything else to catch up on before we play? If you're interested in play testing a case for the game that I've been working on for 3 years, New York Noir, I did put up a new case, a very long, difficult case. You should not play it as your first case. But if you jump on the Board Game Geek page for New York Noir, you'll see some links to the short demo case and then my new case, Foxtrot East. If you happen to be one of the rare people who have played my previous case for New York Noir called The Wrong Book, I'd really love it if you could try playing Foxtrot East. I'm very curious what people think about it, especially compared to the previous one. All right, it looks like we're going to play The Watcher. We can just stop the vote right now. All right, looks like everyone's in the mood for a one-off game that is good. So that's what we're going to do. So copycat and collector goes off. We're going to play the watcher. Okay, and it looks like the channel is explaining why they're not going to pick a multi-part game, because won't be able to attend for the rest of the week for the full set. Well, that makes sense. So maybe we should try to schedule one of those multi-part ones for a weekend marathon. In fact, there was some discussion about whether we should try to do like a 24-hour marathon at some point on the channel. And you could see how we could play like a 4-part box of Deadbolt. It would take us almost that full 24 hours. That's intriguing. Something to think about. Okay, so we're playing the Watcher. You know how this goes. There's usually some stickers and cards that are optional. Sometimes, and I don't remember which of these, I've bought some of the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes used. So you never know if something could go terribly wrong. There is an interesting thing when people sell the used copies of these. Deadbolt Mystery Society does something clever. In each box, there's usually like a sticker and a collector's card. And some people like to hold on to these to remind them of the case. We try not to read this because it seems to give away some spoilers. But these are not game elements. They're just like if you love the Deadbolt Mystery Society, maybe you've got a collection of stickers, etc. Okay. Quite a bit of content here. Let's remind ourselves of the rules, even though after 26 games, we know these pretty well by heart. There's a content list online, unfortunately not in the box. That's probably a mistake. I wish they did include it in the box, but it is nice for packing it up to pass on. Read everything. Sometimes things are connected. You must solve all the puzzles. Don't try to jump to the solution without solving all the puzzles. QR codes you'll scan with your tablet. You do need a tablet or a phone to play Deadbolt Mystery Society games. They're moving away from this password-protected PDF files, but this will be an older game. Someone can remind me when the Watcher is from. Don't be afraid to use the hints. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then if you want to subscribe. So actually, if we look here, Deadbolt Mystery Society does put out an updated PDF list of all their boxes with difficulty ratings. And so this is the latest list. We can see where the Watcher is on this list if we find it. If no one reminds me what year Watcher was released. There it is, March 2021. Difficulty 7.5. Okay, let's not read this. Let's not have it spoiled for us. All right. By the way, if you are in the Champaign, Illinois area, my friend Rebecca and Chad have opened up a cat. What's it called? It's a place where you can go hang out with the cats and play board games. It's called the Scratching Post. All right, let's take a look here. What have we got here? Looks like a camera, instant camera, some newfangled instant camera. Allison Zeller started getting mysterious love notes about a month ago. Allison said the messages started off harmlessly enough, but the last few had a worrying tone to them. She's never seen the person leaving the notes, nor has the admirer identified themselves. What makes this even more disturbing is the fact that Allison has found notes at work, home, and even in her car when she's running errands. Her admirer seems to know her every move and has access to her no matter where she goes. Needless to say, she has started to become paranoid, looking over her shoulder all the time in hopes of figuring out who this mysterious suitor might be. At first, the notes were equally exciting and sweet. Now they've started to feel threatening. After encouragement from her friends, she went to the police. The Valley Falls PD filed a report, but they were unable to do much more given the lack of a crime or any real evidence. Frustrated, Allison has come to the Will Street Detective Agency in order that they can be of more assistance than the police, in hopes they can be of more assistance. Allison was able to provide a lot of very useful information. She keeps a detailed schedule and has provided the relevant pages from her planner spanning the past month. Allison has also provided the names of those she found suspicious, as well as the names of those who have shown up in her life around the time the letters started. In total, she's identified 9 individuals who could be her stalker. Because Allison's stalker always seems to know what she's up to, he was well aware of her visits to both the VFPD and the Will Street Detective Agency. This seemed to be the catalyst that pushed things over the edge. Not long after Allison filed her reports and turned over all of the information she had, she was viciously attacked outside her home. It is believed that Allison saw the person who did this to her, but due to the nature of her injuries, she's under heavy sedation at St. George's Hospital. Because it's likely she can identify her attacker, her admirer may try to find her in the hospital and finish the job. An officer has been stationed outside her door. However, VFPD is extremely short-staffed at the moment, and it's unclear whether or not the officer will be there until Allison is discharged. Time is of the essence. Action must be taken immediately to find Allison's stalker and bring them to justice. Our lead detective, Justin Harris, has been working on this case, and you've been assigned to help him determine the identity of the stalker. Consult Justin's case notes to start the investigation. As you uncover information throughout the case, be sure to keep an accurate timeline of events so we can find out the identity of the watcher. All right, pretty heavy case here. A woman being stalked by an unknown person and has been actually assaulted by that person. The one big clue is that they seem to know everywhere she goes, leaving notes, homework, on errands. 9 potential suspects, probably one of them, but we're not sure. Time is of the essence because this person might try to attack her in the hospital. And it said begin with her notes. Okay, so here we have got a big pile of items, but it does suggest to start with the notes, and there's a lot of notes. Okay, so we've got one of these cases that's heavy on narrative. Love it. This is why I like Deadbolt Mystery Society, because it's not just puzzles. All right, so we're the assistant to another detective, Justin Harris, and here's his note. We're a little understaffed at the moment, so I've reached out to 3 of our contacts and asked for their assistance. Zach Farris, a homeless man who's provided information on past cases, agreed to ask around to see what he could find. Officer Phil Herbert at the Valley Falls Police Department is checking in to see if any of these guys have a criminal record. The hacker, Fluke 3, has agreed to provide off-the-books assistance. They will be looking for any useful information on the suspect's phones and computers. Perhaps it's best not to let Phil know about this, since he doesn't have the best opinion of Fluke 3. After the East Haven Forest case, this is probably a relation to a box called Hacker. Zach was able to get back with us fairly quickly, but Phil and Fluke 3 said it would take some time, so we should work on what we can for now, or some other case. There is a East Haven Forest box, so maybe he's from that. Below is a list of messages Allison has received from her stalker. There's a thinking of you card found on Allison's car window, a text message, a grid with words left in Allison's car. I wonder if it seems like we're gonna actually get these items. but they're being listed here. That's a little unusual. I'm not sure we've seen that before. A note left on Allison's desk, another note written on Allison's own notepad that she keeps in her house. It sounds like the stalker got into her house. A paper with scratch marks on it found in Allison's bedroom. 4 Polaroids of Allison found on her coffee table. Boy, that's spooky. We need to start with these messages left by the stalker. Maybe he reveals something about himself or his whereabouts without realizing it. Okay, and then we've got suspects. So actually, let's do it in this order. Here's the list of messages, and then we've got pages of different suspects, it looks like. And then some interviews with some of our suspects. So let's pause here and take a look at these items. So we've got the Polaroids. We've got the grid with words. There's the thinking of you card. Thinking of you card found on Allison's car window. Text message, we haven't seen that yet. Grid with words left in her car. A note left on her desk. That's an envelope for later. Here looks like the text message. We've got our suspect cards. One of these is going to be message left on her desk. Not clear which one. Another note written in Allison's own notepad. That looks like maybe this one. So maybe that's the one desk. This is notepad. Paper with scratch marks. Where would that be? I'm not sure about that one. 4 Polaroids. Okay, so scratch marks I'm not sure about. All right, well, let's just go through what we have. Okay, a thinking of you card. So these are all items that the stalker left. Let's see, what has the stalker left here? Thinking of you from your admirer. Okay. Nothing written on the outside, just flowers. What have we got here? Let me count the ways I love you. You are 1, noble, 2, warm-hearted, 3, talented, 4, youthful, 5, understanding, 6, lovely, optimistic, adorable, graceful, vivacious, energetic, joyful, captivating, indescribable, radiant, honest, majestic. Now, what do you notice about these words? I notice something. It looks to me, on first glance, that each one has a unique first letter. Is that right? Like, I don't see any repeats of first letters. That makes me think it's going to be used as a code, like first letters N, W, T, like a substitution cipher. I don't see any repeats. That seems like a clue. I would say more, that's enough for now. Soon we will be together forever. Yikes. P.S. I loved your doodles so much I copied them. Okay, that definitely looks like a code here. Lots of crabs and lettuce. Actually, look at the endings of these. 3 letters the same, 3 letters the same, 2 letters the same. All right. Are these related to these? Should we think that this is a C for crab? Captivating 13th letter of the alphabet, possibly. We'll worry about that later. Okay, that was found on the car window. Now we have a text message. The tea set you got from your great grandmother looks really nice in your living room. You have such a great sense of design. No one else appreciates you and your style like I do. I'm the only one that can see you as you are. We are meant to be together. I ask myself, why must we be apart for so long? When you are with me, life has meaning. Don't worry, we will be together forever soon. Did you get the note I left in your car? 5:52 p.m. on Valentine's Day, Sunday, February 14th. And very stylized, using abbreviations and sort of text message speak. The T set, if you looked at the letters, T, maybe we would expand the 8. T-E-A, T. Then there's missing, dropped E here. A 1 instead of O-N-E. Or maybe we replace every word, like T, great, 1, great, T, great, great, design. Not clear how we're meant to solve that. It's not a puzzle in and of itself because it has no QR code. Same with this one. That means that it's not a puzzle to be solved by putting in a code, but a component of another puzzle or just narrative. A grid with words left in her car. It's either this one or this one. Grid with words. I guess it's this one here. So it looks like this is going to be a code, a key to a code, and I see lots of these lettuce, heads of lettuce things here. Numbers up top in the grid, and the alphabet's broken up into 8 rows. Interesting. Again, not a code, not a puzzle in and of itself. Another note written in Allison's own notepad. So do we think that's this one, or this one? I think it's this one. Allison, I don't like you hanging out with so many other people. I know you would never betray me, but temptation comes in many forms. I'd hate for a moment of weakness to ruin what we have. I will remove anything that comes between us. Boy, this is creepy. What have we got here? If you look at this word kill and what, there's a person here, but it's not replacing a letter. It's just stuck in the middle of that. And what else do we see? It looks like there's 2 kinds of figures. There's a wider one, maybe a female, and then a narrower one, male. 2 different figures. This one looks like it's not replacing a letter. That's probably just kill. Hmm. All right. Well, we'll come back to that. A paper with scratch marks on it. What is our paper with scratch marks? Is it this one? Does this look like it has scratch marks? Not really. Oh, maybe it's this one. This must be what it means. Scratch marks. Yeah, okay. You're so good, great even. But you could be more. Perhaps I can help you become better. I just need to cut away everything I don't like. Then you'll be perfect. Put your trust in me and I will make you a masterpiece. That's creepy. All right, what have we got here? A bunch of scratch marks. So looks like a lot of codes in this one. So we've got scratch marks on top of letters, and you could imagine this is just grouping them. So we've got a 3 vertical slash from northeast to southwest. So if we put just those together, ILOVE. Okay, so that's what it is. So depending on the scratch, we put it into a different group. So we're going to have like 3 sets of messages. The first one taken by grabbing each letter with 3 scratches that way. And then we've got another group with 2 horizontal scratches, N, W, B, L. Although, are these different depending on whether the 2 horizontal scratches are high or low? We don't know. BLUE. No, probably all the same. This is going to be blue. Blue, SUIT, blue suit, etc. Okay, so we're going to get how many messages out of this? 1, 2, 3, it looks like. 3 sentences out of that. All right. We'll come back to that, of course. No point, no need for us to do any of those yet. We're just acquainting ourselves with the case. 4 Polaroids of Allison found on her coffee table. How creepy would this be if you came into your house and someone left Polaroids of you taken through your window? All right, so here's our client who's currently in the hospital. There's Allison. Someone's obviously outside her window during the day. I see. There's a back. Looks like these are going to combine. Here's Allison getting into her car. Here's Allison walking in a mall or someplace. This guy's hiding behind a pole, but boy, does he look close. And here's another one of Allison reading in her living room. And it looks like we could maybe put these together. Looks like maybe these aren't going to be enough to put together. That how it goes? Surround my love will okay. That's a little bit more complicated than it looks. Maybe there's more pieces, or maybe there's something else for us to do. All right. That's pretty creepy, I got to admit. All right, so we've seen all the notes that were left. They're all creepy. Let's check in with the chat. Dorf says, I recommend actually drawing up a calendar and keeping track of events on the timeline. You really need to keep better notes than other deadbolts here. Okay. That's a good recommendation. I'm actually not that good at keeping, I mean, I'm kind of sloppy when it comes to timelines, but let's do keep a timeline on that advice. Please no hints about the game, but that's a fair recommendation of our timeline. So actually the only thing we have a timeline for so far is the text message. So we'll just start putting random items here. And we'll reorganize these later. February 14th, Sunday, 5:47 p.m. Text message. No other timeline information. Any other timeline from our first clues? What about here? Last few, about a month ago. Month ago it started, and the text message was the second message. So presumably that's about a month ago. So maybe it's March or first week of March or something. I guess we're going to get more details about that. All right. So we'll decode all these messages in a bit, but let's not get distracted. Let's continue with our notes here. All right, so here are the 9 suspects she's identified. Leonard Ortiz. Allison says, Leonard's a guy from my work. Weird and creepy are the best words to describe him. I've caught him multiple times staring at me, only to have him look away quickly. And then we've got a little bag of suspect information, maybe interviews. So maybe we'll get that out as we go. So here's Leonard. No interview with him on this card, just a card. Okay. Oh, here is the detective talk to him. If I was asked who the best superhero is, I'd say that Thunder Speed is hands down the best out of all the heroes make up the Light and Shadow comic world. He has the coolest backstory. Also, doesn't hurt, he's the most relatable despite being an alien. He, along with Giga Titan and Mighty Gal, are part of what people call the Big Three. Don't get me wrong, those two are cool. They are just so overpowered that their stories aren't as interesting. Leonard talked for half an hour about comic books. I was finally able to excuse myself when he left for lunch. Leonard's computer wasn't locked, but his email was. Maybe it has something useful in it. Okay, some suggestion to get into his email. He's a comic book nerd type. Next suspect, Antonio Strickland. Okay. Allison says, Antonio started working at Product Rise around a month ago. He's a self-styled ladies' man. In truth, he's a misogynistic jerk, so full of himself that it's a wonder his head fits through a doorway. All of the girls in the office have taken to mockingly calling him Adonis, and it isn't because of his looks. And here's the conversation that the detective had with Antonio. The secret to getting a woman is in how you approach her. You need to scope out your target and wait for just the right moment. Then you either swoop in like Prince Charming or play the strong silent type. Chicks dig those options. Once you have her attention, you sweet talk her. Combine that action with these looks, and that's why I can get a different girl every night. Commitment is not my thing. It wouldn't be fair to all the rest. Antonio keeps a small safe under his desk. I'm not sure what's in there, but I am sure it's something Antonio feels likely needs to be hidden. He seems like the type to have a skeleton in his closet. All right, but that's not a psychological profile of a stalker. Next up is Ryan Knox. Allison says, Ryan and I both work at Product Rise, a marketing company. He's always been sweet to me. I think he has a crush on me. After James and I broke up, he asked me out, but I told him I wasn't ready to be in a relationship again. He said he understood, but other than asking every now and then, he hasn't pushed the issue. Here's the interview with Ryan. Corporate world is changing, which is nothing new, but how it's changing is important. Things move at a faster pace these days, and one has to stay ahead of all types of competition. It's not about what is beside you or behind you that matters. Only what is ahead is of value. So carpe diem. That advice has helped me climb high on the corporate ladder. Now, if I could just figure out some advice to help in my love life, I'd be set. I noticed Ryan has a briefcase with a lock on it. He might have some useful information in it. It sounds like that these are puzzle clues. So, for example, this guy has a computer that's not locked. And then this guy, and this is a puzzle. There's the QR code. And then this guy has a safe under his desk, which is this one. That's a puzzle with the QR code. This guy has a briefcase, which is, I know I saw the briefcase, which is this puzzle. All right, so we're able to classify our items. Here are stalker notes, suspects. Here are the suspects' items where they're hiding stuff. Next suspect, Charlie Hernandez. There's a coffee shop I frequent, Cafe Torrefe Noir. They have a new worker there that started about a month back. I don't know much about him, but I caught him staring at me a few times. He has been very nice every time he served me coffee. That's enough to get you as a suspect. You're looking at her. All right, take it easy, Allison. Just because someone looks at you doesn't mean they're a stalker. But I guess we got to play. It's better that she be comprehensive. And you could have intuitions that someone's creepy. All right, here's Charlie. I live a weird life. My father's from Spain, my mother's Irish, and somehow I ended up working in a coffee shop. I like my job well enough. It's not what I would have chosen, but I have to pay rent somehow. Since my art isn't selling yet, here I am. One day I will catch my big break. It's just hard to find someone who can appreciate my unique style. I would call it a combination of psychedelic modern art mixed with classical Renaissance. Charlie showed me some of his art. I think the kid will be working as a coffee barista for the foreseeable future. All right, this is a little suspicious now because we've seen in some of the notes something about like masterpiece, cut away everything I don't like. This kind of sounds like an artist, and this guy fancies himself an artist. All right, Charlie Hernandez is up at the top of my suspect list right now. Next suspect, Callum Ridley. Callum, one of my old friends, has been away at school. He just came back to town last month. He seems a little different, and something's off with him. He's tried to hang out with me, but I've been busy every time he's free. Life is too short. You have to find a hobby or activity you like and put your all into it. Only then will you find meaning. Too many people are focused on instant gratification, don't take the time to learn and work for something of real value. That's partly why I came back to Valley Falls. There's something here I can't find anywhere else. Once I have it, I feel like the world will be my oyster. Callum spoke a lot in metaphors and was dodgy when asked direct questions about his hobbies and interests. I get the feeling he's hiding something. All right, so these last two people, no mention of an item where we can unlock like the others. Next suspect, Ben Wools. I've noticed a guy taking pictures of some places that I frequent, at some places I frequent. I haven't seen him a lot, but enough it stands out. With a little research, I found out his name is Ben Wools. I think he was taking pictures of me, but I'm not sure. There's Ben. Have you ever heard of Brandon Stanton? He started Humans of New York Photography. Some of my friends and I were inspired by that project, decided to start the Humans of Valley Falls. We're just getting started. Here's my card. There isn't much up yet, but we do have a few stories up so far. Ben gave me his business card to check out his current project. Okay, so there's a website that we will be able to visit. So let's make sure we keep a to-do list and not forget. All right, there's Ben. Now we have James Hunter. Looks like he works out a little. Allison says, James is my ex. We dated for almost 2 years, but we broke up a little over a month ago. I chose to break it off because we each wanted different things out of life. I don't think he took it well. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my workout right now. Gotta keep in shape for the ladies, right? Global Workout is a pretty nice gym. My only complaint is you can't change the locker combination. The manager picks them. And you can't do anything about it. He also likes to write on the locks for some reason, but it never makes any sense. You should go and talk to him about it. Maybe he can explain why. I noticed James left his phone in his locker when he went to work out. Now, if I could only figure out what's up with the lockers. Sounds like we should be able to decipher the code. Do we have a puzzle card related to the locker? That's the question. Door. Huh, that's weird. It seems like we should be having a card for the locker. Oh, there it is right there. James's locker at Global Workouts. Turnstile lock, so it will need 3 numbers, not sure how many digits. And this is the notes that the person who writes the codes keeps. So I'm going to put that with the rest of our puzzles related to suspects. Suspect Douglas East. We got 2 more suspects. Here's Douglas. Douglas is my neighbor and a jerk. He's always playing his music loud and is extremely rude when I go to his door to ask him to turn it down. After I complained to the building manager, he started keeping the music at a lower volume. That was 2 months ago. Now he just glares at me whenever I see him, and one of my other neighbors thinks they saw him around my car once or twice. What is wrong? You know what's wrong with the world today? Lack of respect. Man used to be able to live his life in peace as king of his land. Now, we have to live in small rooms and crappy apartments and deal with obnoxious neighbors who can't mind their own business. All a man wants to do is sit in peace and listen to some good music. You should see some of the albums I have. I really like... shoot, I'm about to be late. I have to get back to work. Douglas left in such a hurry he dropped his album sleeves. I'll hold on to them for now. Some of these bands are actually pretty good. Okay, that doesn't sound like a puzzle, but here they are. And no QR code here, though, like the other puzzles. I wonder what that means. I know Voodoo Mary was a Deadbolt Mystery Society box, but I'm not sure of the others. Interesting. Okay, well, I will put that with the other puzzles, even though it's not a puzzle in and of itself. All right, last suspect, Israel Rush. One change I noticed about a month ago was a new tenant in my apartment building. His name is Israel. He's a nice enough guy, not rude or loud. He's been by my apartment a few times to say hi. Something about the way he stares at me that's strange. It's like he's always analyzing things. He's a little off-putting. It's a little off-putting. I'm new to Valley Falls, moved here about a month back due to work. Here's my card. I kind of work in a niche market, custom design, specializing in the weird or bizarre. I figured Valley Falls was a good place to set up shop with its history and all. Plus, I was needing a fresh start, if you know what I mean. I got Israel's business card. He sure does specialize in weird designs. Bizarre graphic, Israel Rush, graphic designer, specialized in skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. Huh. Interesting. Skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. And we've got this weird little curvy thing with a B. All right. And then we've got a couple of interviews, 2 interviews with other people. Oh, these are the people that got mentioned, a homeless person and a hacker. Is that right? No. One of them. All right, let's read. What's the interview with Sebastian Ballard? I took James's advice and talked to the gym owner. People don't know what it's like to be a gym owner. There's a lot of work that goes into making this place clean and safe environment. I also work as a personal trainer here. That's the most fulfilling and time-consuming part of my job. I enjoy it. I just wish dealing with people didn't also mean dealing with all of their baggage. I'm a physical trainer, not a therapist. I have one client that just went through a rough breakup, and he can't seem to decide if he wants to work himself to death or just give up on working out entirely. Sorry, I shouldn't be complaining. Here's a coupon for a free training session if you want. So this one is related to this one at the gym. N8642. So we've got even numbers associated with colors, it looks like. Free training session with Sebastian Ballard. I've trained actors and models. I will help you get the bod of your dreams. All right, and then here's an interview with Zach Ferris. I've been asking around about that girl and the list of guys you wanted me to look into. Unfortunately, I don't have much. The only ones I found anything interesting on were Callum Ridley and Charlie Hernandez. Both are members of the Omnis Enim Scientia. Not sure if you know about them. Their name is Latin for all for knowledge. They're a group that is dedicated to science, but they tend to ignore ethics. Some of their practices would be frowned upon by the general public, so they tend to meet secretly. I was able to find their chapter house, but getting in will be tricky. They use some kind of code or password to gain entry. You won't be able to just walk right in. Thankfully, I'm amazing at what I do, and I have a lead on how to get in there. Here's a card I got from one of my contacts. Hopefully you can use that to gain entry. All right, so it's an interesting card. All the symbols in the lab are labeled incorrectly. To fix the first batch, it shifted all of the letters to the right by 5, but I realized I overcorrected and had to shift back to the left by 2. With that, all of the first batch were correct. To fix the second batch, I had to shift every letter to the left by 7 and the right by 2. Now all the symbols in the second batch were correct. Okay, and then he's saying they belong to this organization. So we need to figure out the code to get into that room. On the back of all of these puzzles are notes from the detective. So he's got this. This is going to help us get in. Here's the puzzle. And then here's his thoughts on how to use these notes, how to use these symbols. This sounds like it's just a Caesar cipher of some sort. All right, and that's it for that. So here's our puzzles related to this and our suspects. And here's our suspect photos. No notes on the back of these, so they're just to help us put a face to the name. These are the notes left by the stalker. And then we've got a couple more items which we're going to look at before we move on. So here's Allison's card. Allison Zeller. And what have we got here? An I to a T. She's the marketing coordinator for Product Rise. That's where she works. I don't know what this IT is about. And then we've got an ID and another photo of Allison. Nothing on the back. Okay. Now this looks like a number, 96. 96. We don't know why we would use such a number. Here is clearly another note from the stalker. Now, did I miss where? This is a note at work. Oh, this must be the note left on Allison's desk at work. Okay. So let's take a look. I guess I skipped this one. You really shouldn't leave your purse laying around. You never know what kind of unsavory people might take something from you. This is a lesson to help you. I don't want you to be naive and someone to take advantage of. Someone to take advantage of you. I might not be there next time to protect you. I just want you to be safe. So please take better care next time. P.S. I have gone from empty to filled ever since I met you. That's creepy. And then we've got a grid of letters. Something's occurring to me, like this person has access to her work, access to her home, her car. I'm starting to get a little bit of a vibe of multiple people involved. Like, is it possible that this secret cult group, like there's multiple people here that are doing this together? All right, and then we've got 3 other little cards. We're going to go over these and then we're going to take a break here. Israel's door requires a 4-digit code to open. Okay, so this is a puzzle related to one of our suspects. I'm going to put that with those. So we need to find Israel's 4-digit code. And then here's Douglas's door, requires a 4-digit code. So Douglas East, who left with his album covers, does have a puzzle. So each of our suspects have a little puzzle. And then we're supposed to come down to 3 suspects that we haven't eliminated or investigated. So we'll put that over there. And then lastly, we have a daily planner. This might be for us to, oh, I was going to think it was just a space for us to keep our notes. But look at this nice thing. Wow, look at this. It looks like it's Allison's schedule. So there may be clues in here about how she's spending her time. Let's just take a quick look at the range it covers. So it looks like we've got starting in very late January. So first week of February, which is when things started, and going up until February 24th. We're told it all started about a month ago. So here we have, it's all late January through February. And then probably here is where she was attacked. All right. Well, a very intriguing setup and a case that I feel highly motivated to try to solve. Got a whole bunch of puzzles to tackle. An envelope we're going to open when we make it probably to this point. A website to visit. Lots of stuff to do. We'll take our first break here for 8 minutes. We'll come back and we'll get into it. I'll see you then. All right, we're back. We're playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society box called The Watcher. So far, a very compelling setup. Simple, but emotionally resonant. We've got a stalker who has been sending our girl love letters that have turned increasingly possessive and dangerous. And he's, in fact, it appears, assaulted her, assaulted her very badly. She's in the hospital. We think he may try to come and kill her while she's in the hospital, so time is of the essence. We've got 9 suspects. Somehow this attacker, this stalker, has access to her at work, at home, when she's on errands. I'm getting a distinct vibe that it might be more than one person, but we really don't know what's going on. We have reviewed all of the evidence and classified it into groups. We've got the messages from the stalker, which aren't puzzles in and of themselves. We've got our 9 suspects, and it looks like basically a puzzle for each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A puzzle for each of our suspects minus 1. And the only thing we haven't read is Allison's daily planner. We don't quite know what to make of this. And there's more evidence in our notes. I think what we'll do is we'll skim through the daily planner. It's clear there's timeline information in here for us as well, but I think what we'll do is we're going to start attacking some of these puzzles here. And I just want to make sure we scan through this so that if, while we're solving a puzzle, it occurs to us that we might need something in here, we'll know, we'll have some idea of it. Okay, more flowers. Let's just scan through it. Starts January 28th. She's got a jog, work. James and I broke up. This was my choice. It was my choice. I could tell it hurt him, but needed to be done. I want to be married and have kids before I'm 30. He just wanted things to stay the way they are. Okay, that doesn't sound like a stalker at all. The stalkers want to get married and possess you for life. So I think James is going to be not likely. But okay, let's see. 29th, partying with the girls at 7. I got new neighbor today. His name is Israel. He seems nice. Hopefully he's better than Douglas, the other neighbor. Okay, and then she went on a 5K run. Callum is back in town. We got a chance to catch up. He's changed a lot. So we're getting little information about each of the suspects and when they showed up on scene. All right, now why is she drawing? She's drawing these symbols. Oh, I remember now. One of the stalker messages says, I saw your... Here, he says, I came and saw your doodles so much I copied them. So if this is where he saw the doodles, he's got access to this. All right, let's see. And there's her doodle. Why she put this on the February the 1st, this on the 2nd, this on the 3rd. Has she given each of these a number? Like, is this the 6th? The 7th, is this a 5? Is this a 4? Morning jog, work, 1:30, important presentation at work today. I should wear my new blue suit to make a good impression. Okay, we saw blue suit was mentioned in one of the coded messages. Here's what looks like a little fox. Sleeping, no work, doctor's appointment. I found scratch marks on my door when I got back from the doctor. The marks were at eye level and deep. There's no way it was an accident. Okay, so there are the 3 different kinds of scratch marks. That's where we figured out how to decode that one. February the 4th, she's got her jog and her work. Dinner at the Blue Crab with mom and dad. I love my parents. However, it would be nice to not deal with all the questions about when I'll get married and when they'll have grandchildren. On the 5th, here's her cat. The new guy at work found out I'm single. I blame Heather. She's the biggest gossip in our office. So now I have to deal with his advances. Okay, that's another one of our people. Finally, the weekend here. Here's butterfly that might be associated with the number 6. And on Sunday the 7th, meeting Ashley and some friends at the park. Need to bring a frisbee. Here's the 8th is a heart. I lost my work badge. I think it must have happened at the gym. I remember having it when I left work. When I got home from the gym, I noticed it was missing. Hopefully I can pick it up tomorrow. Is this what she's talking? No, this is her business card, not her badge. I think. Although it does have an ID, so maybe actually this is her badge. It's shown up again. February the 9th is a spaceship, jog and work, 7 p.m. movie night. I've been looking forward to this movie for weeks. I wonder what she's seeing. Here's a turtle on the 10th. Ryan asked me out today. I had to tell him I wasn't ready for a relationship. I think he took it okay. The breakup with James is still too fresh. This is another one of our suspects, Ryan. Here's a heart on the 11th, painting class. I have been looking forward to this. It has been years since I was able to paint. Thursday the 12th gets an ice cream cone. Date night with myself and ice cream. We're all broken. That's how the light gets in. It's a little saying. The 13th has a skull with an arrow. Have to swing by work to pick up some papers. It was him. The man who's been stalking me is the one that took my ID badge. He left it on my work desk with a creepy note. I see. This is associated with the work note. That might be a key to how to decipher the work note code. That's why we've read this planning diary. No one saw who did it. My friends are the best, she says on Valentine's Day. Okay, the 15th gets a Pac-Man ghost. It's gym workout and leg day. I found this drawn onto my car window along with the message, nothing between us. Okay, so you can see in this daily schedule, this is the second item that's clearly tied to one of our codes. Like there's the 2 figures, here's the 2 figures. And we saw scratches and scratches, and then one of these was about her business card. Okay, so these are clues. This is some sort of clue about this note maybe pairing up things. Okay, I think these are going to be pairs of words. Like WH goes with A. WH might go with OD. You're always pairing. Like this woman pair goes with the man pair, and then this woman pair would go with this man pair. Yes, I think that's going to be the answer to that. Okay, so this is key to solving some of these codes. Thursday 16th gets an envelope picture. Yes, okay. I think this is going to be related to the number 15 or for a given day, but okay. This is different. The notes from my stalker have gotten worse. Today I found a card on my car window. At first it seemed innocent, but that line about being together forever creeps me out. The whole thing feels wrong. I might take Ashley's advice and go to the police. Perhaps I'll think on it a few days and then make my decision. So this is related to a note on car. Coffee with Jessica, Sarah, and Mark at Cafe Terrific Noir, where that guy worked. February 18th, no more pictures on numbers on days. What you allow is what will continue. This is just one of these little psychological inspirational messages that she's found somewhere. Or he's written in it, but okay, let's assume she's writing. It looks like her handwriting. Getting together with the girls to watch the game. I'm so ready for the weekend. Is it possible one of our girls is the killer? Or is it going to be one of our 9 suspects? So she's working again, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. She seems to work. Concert with Ashley, Sarah, and July with 2 L's. It all begins and ends in your mind. What you give power to has power over you. 11 a.m. new hip hop dance class at the gym. Can't wait. She's taking February 22nd off. 11 a.m. appointment with police to talk about my stalker. Hopefully they can help and this can be over and done. What do they mean there's nothing they can do? I have a stalker and the police can't do anything about it. Ugh, this is so frustrating. I need to look into other options. Again, she works from 9 to 5. If you want to fly, give up everything that weighs you down. Then here's her next day of work. She works from 9 to 5. Okay, so lots of clues related to our case. If you ever feel you should go to the police, remember it only takes some time to head in and file a written statement with them, even if neither you or them pursue any charges. Yes, you might as well get it on the record. All right. So we got a couple of clues about things related. So we've got numbers for these images that could be relevant for decoding one code. We got a clue about pairing up these two people. And we think we already knew about the scratch code. So I suppose let's just attack the low-hanging fruit. Maybe we'll start with this one. I think now we know that it's pairing off the heavier woman with the man. So woman-man pairs. So I think that's going to mean that this message is all in pairs. And it's going to look something like this. W, H. And look, it's leading you to think it's like what? A-T, but I don't think so. I think it's O-D-I. Then we're going to go to the next woman pair is A-T-I. She should go with the next woman, a man, S-T-U, S-T-U. Then the next woman pair is D-Y-O. Next man pair is U-M-E-E. This doesn't quite work, does it? Okay, I can see now. They're bracketed. No, they're not all bracketed. Okay, let's stop for a second because this is more interesting than it first looks, but lots of clues here. All right. Here's the first thing to note. We have symbols at the end of sentences. In fact, there is a symbol at the end of every sentence, which doesn't work with the idea I was thinking that this is grouped like this. So then it seems like is it saying like this is a grouping with the woman on both sides of it? Is it always pairs? But then, so let's see, we've got a woman paired, and then we have a man and a woman. I mean, a woman and a man. Man, and woman, man. So, okay, let me do a couple of quick things here. Rather than trying to solve it for a second, let's just count how many women, how many men. Let's see if it's an even pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I got 12 women. All right. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 men. Okay, well, that's a little bit of a problem in terms of my idea of pairing them up, women and men. Now, let me look at this groupings, because it almost feels like we've got a woman group and then an ATI and then a man group and then an STU and then a woman group and the HT and then a man group. But this fails here, because here we don't have a man and woman group. Interesting. Another option is that we should only be looking at the men and women groups, and the rest is obfuscation. So what if we only looked at woman-man groups? And then we got ATI, and then another woman-man group would be HT. That doesn't look right. And another woman-man, next woman-man group would be ILL, LLF. That doesn't look right. Okay. Now we've got things that look like words. Like this looks like it's because, but maybe not. Doesn't feel like these are missing letters. Now, how do we make sense of words ending with a figure? Because it clearly is not meant to wrap around, because then we've got two connected. This feels like it's who did. WHODI. That's consistent with my idea. Ah, I see. Okay, hold on a second. Is it that the men are always to the right of the word they're related to? That's what it is. Okay. Let's try this again. I think it's the women are always to the left of their word and the men are always to the right of their word. Well, that kind of breaks my who did thing, though. WH. And then I think, but maybe this is ATI. Who DID? Yeah, I think this is going to be like this. So WH. Yeah, and then it's going to be paired up with this man and the letters to the left of him. Like that. And then we're looking at a woman to the left of her words, which is going to be DYO. And now we're looking for a man, and to the letters to the rest. Who did you meet is what we're going to get now. All right, so I can see what the pattern is, but what have we then not used? We haven't used this. Is this a separate message? Let's continue decoding. So this was the man who we took to the left of him. Now we're going to take a woman and to the right of her. But That's not right, because surely we're looking for a T. Okay, here's a man, and to the left of him is the T. And then a woman. That's not quite right. A man to the right of him is the T, and then a woman, them. Oh, this is a separate word. A woman to the left of her is Ki. A woman. No, that's not what I want. Okay, it's clear we got it right. Woman, we take what's to the right of her. Maybe it's easier, maybe it's better if we do it in multiple steps, since I'm having a little bit of trouble here. Let's do it this way. Let's take WH. I was thinking we could do ATIODISTUYOHTUME. And then the woman to the right, we'll put here. And then the man to the left, and to the right, man to the left. This is not, you'll have to excuse me, this is not the most helpful. I'm struggling to find a way to do this. Keep track of it. Perhaps rather than solving it, I would be better advised to lock down the method first. Got the basic idea. See if we can't. Okay, woman to the right of the woman, and then to the left of the man, to the right of the woman, to the left of the man. Let's just do this word. Who did you meet? So we know this is going to be here, but what's the logic? The left of the man, I should be looking for the right of the woman, but I'm getting confused here. Is it switching? Who did you meet? And then are we switching to another, the right of the man? Is this a new word that starts with the, we should be looking for to the left of the man. So that's how I got this. Then the right of the woman would be this. But now the right of the woman is the same as the left of the man. That doesn't seem right. Left of the man, is it always pairs? Right of woman, left of man, right of woman, left of man. So right of woman doesn't seem right. Have we alternated now? Surely it's going to be who did you meet at? And this is going to be the right. Maybe I've got it backwards. Is it right of woman? No, it's not left of man. Okay. So it's left of woman, right of man. So right of this man. So surely cafe. Let me just see. What was the name of that cafe again? Torrific. Cafe. Torrif. So we got between a woman and a woman, and a man and a man, and between a woman and a woman, and a man and a man. So is that what we're just looking at? Man and a man, man and a man, woman and a woman, and we're skipping the things that aren't right. There it is. Man and a man, woman and a woman. Then we've got a man and a man, and another man and a man. No, yes, yes. So now I've just identified the pairs of matching things. Who did you meet at Cafe Torrifian? Or what has gone wrong here? Who did you meet at Cafe Torre IEN for coffee? Who did you meet at the cafe for coffee? Okay, so now so let me highlight these in red. So what I've done, I thought that it was going to be matching men and women, but what it's really doing is highlighting the sections that are ordered on left and right by the same symbol. But now, do we use the rest of it somehow? Like, do we now find every man and woman and make them a separate statement? So if I look at just the women on the left, men on the right, we get ATI, HT, woman on the left, man on the right. And I get this at IHTLLOF. The like that doesn't seem right. Okay, so that's not it. Is this the entire message, or do we need to make sense of these parts that we're not using. All right, let's look at the chat, see what you guys have figured out. Okay, just discussion of reporting people to the police. That's fine. I don't mind. Okay. Who did you meet at cafe and then that weird place? Torifien for Torif Noir for coffee. Okay, that's a full statement. That's done. The only question is whether we should make sense of the rest. All right, what if we just read it out? At is P-U-H-T. That doesn't seem right. Kill of 10 JT. The LIK. Sure seems like we're saying it's saying something. Can we just eyeball it? At ATI HT. That's going to be hard to make work, isn't it? Like it's going to be hard to make a long sentence that's. But you could end with an H and start a new word with a T. This sure seems like kill, but maybe not. This looks like it would be because, but then we're missing an U. Or BCAS. This looks like it's saying the like or the like. It would have to be an E. Is there any E to connect to? Not really. That causes me concern that we actually have a word here. All right, so one possibility is there is no additional word statement here for us. We're just supposed to recover this statement. I guess we'll write it here on this. Who did you meet? Who did you meet at Cafe Noir for coffee? Okay, so that's our decoding of this. You think there's another statement for us to recover? Surely, not surely, but probably. The problem is this word here, the L-I-K-E. Really, the only letter that can go here would be an E, and I don't see how we connect it with an E. That makes me think that we can't connect the rest of it. But it certainly seems like there would be more in here. Okay, Thorpe, you're giving too many hints. You're giving too many hints. All right, you're giving too many hints. I don't even fully understand the last part of what you're saying, but it's clear you're trying to give me hints that I don't want. All right, so let's just stop here, but there may be more to this that we haven't decoded. Not that we can actually use that yet, although it's clear that it's clear what it's related to. This one. Nothing between us. Nothing between us. Okay, so I guess it's saying the things that are between us we ignore. All right, but also we have a date for this, which is February 15th. And the other little piece of clue, I guess, is that the killer saw her there having coffee, doesn't know who those people are. All right, let's make our way to another puzzle. Okay, this one we think we know how to do. It's very similar. In fact, maybe we can use this same system. All right. Let's try to see the letters and mark them for groups. It's a little hard to see the letters, but okay, here we go. All right, so I'm just going to mark all the diagonal threes and we'll read them off. All right, what have we got there? ILOVE. I love TO2. I love TO. What have I done here? I put the dot under it. I love to WATCH. I love to watch YOUWORK. I love to watch you work. You'll. You look. Okay. So I love to watch you work. ULOO. Okay. And now we're circling around and we want the K. I say probably this is the order of how they run together, right? First you do the threes, then you do the ones, then you do the twos. Okay, so now is the ones. We know it's going to start with the K. You look E. Is that another E? D. You look E. D. Why did I think there was another E? You look E. You looked. You looked O. B. E. A. You looked. O. B. E. A. U. T. You looked about if you tell, why did I miss a whole row here? You looked, sometimes you just can't see it, right? What's in front of your face. Don't let me write it out. There's the look. Oh, I see we have an S here. Boy, why is it so hard sometimes? You looked S-O-B-E. S-O-B-E. I guess it's going to be beautiful. S-O-B-E-A-U-T-I-F-U-L. You looked so beautiful in your, this is going to be blue suit, right? This is what we were looking at before. Okay, beautiful in your, and then our next one was the blue suit, which we already think we figured out. In your, actually it's not blue suit, it's in, okay, in your N-E-W, in your new blue S-U-I-T, in your new blue suit. Okay, D-U-I-N-U-Y. Okay, what have I done? In your new blue suit, D-U-R. D-U-R-I. D-U-R-I. I guess it's going to be N-G. There. Is that a G? During Y-O-U. During your M-E-E-T-I-N-G. During your meeting. Okay. All right. So here's someone who's obviously watching her have her meeting. So it's someone watching her drink coffee and watching her having her meeting. So what was the first part? I love watching you. You're so beautiful. Is that right? Let me just make sure we get the transcription right. I love to watch you work. I love to watch you work. I love to watch you work. I'm gonna make sure you look so beautiful. You look so beautiful. Okay. In case, for whatever reason, we need this full transcription. I love to watch you work. You look so beautiful in your new blue suit during the meeting. All right. So someone is watching her have drinks at the cafe. Someone is watching her at work. Very creepy if it's the same Same person somehow has access to her work. And we did connect that with her diary. So we know what day that is, right? She had an important meeting and she had a new blue suit. Where did she talk about that? Coffee with Jessica and Mark at cafe. But that can't be. This one. Okay, this one at the cafe that she got must be talking about a previous drinks at the cafe or that day. Important presentation at work. I should wear my new blue suit. So it sounds like this one with the scratches would have been about meeting on February 2nd. Important meeting. I should wear my new blue suit. But this, okay, and then she got this message on February 3rd. Is that right? Or this is about the scratches. But were we told when that arrived? Scratch marks found in her bedroom. Car window, car window. Found this drawing on my car window. So actually, this wasn't left on February 15th. This was left on February 16th. Car window. This is not the car window one, though. It's a little tricky trying to keep track of what was left when. Grid with words left in her car, besides her fridge, bedroom. Thinking of you, found on Allison's car window. So here she says a card on my car window. That's this one. So we're told this one is February 16. All right. Is there a Polaroid with her blue suit? There's a Polaroid not with the blue suit. It's just a blue sweater. Is this her blue suit? Possibly. Yes, it looks kind of blue. Doesn't really help us though. Oh yeah, that was the stuff behind it. All right, let's focus on what we can do. We'll worry about keep putting pieces together later. All right, here's the actual puzzle. Here's one of our peoples computer that they left open. This was our comic book guy, I think. He's staring at her. Talked for half an hour about comic books. I was finally able to excuse myself. Leonard's computer wasn't locked, but his email was. Maybe it has something useful. And he's talking about a comic he likes. Thunder Speed is hands down the best. What is the 9th on TS? I think Thunder Speed. And GT sounds like it's Giga Titan. And MG is Mighty Gal. So these are all about his comic book, people. And what is the 9th in TS? So he's got 4 codes, 4 digits, 4 letters. This is going to be letters. So what's the 9th letter in this girl's name? And then what letter does GT have 2 of? Okay, so I think that seems fairly straightforward. So TS is Thunder Speed. We have Thunder Speed, and we have Giga Titan. And then we have Mighty Gal with an I. All right, so then we've got our 4 digits. The first digit is the 9th letter of Thunder Speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That looks like a P. Okay, what does GT have 2 of, MG have 1 of, and TS has none of? So GT has 2 of, she has 2 Gs, and Mighty Gal has 2 Gs, so that's not a G. But 2 Ts has Giga Titan, and only 1 has Mighty Gal, but Thunder Speed has a T, so that can't be the T. How about the A? 2 A's in Giga Titan, 1 A in Mighty Gal, and none in Thunder Speed. So that's going to be an A. Okay. Third letter is, what is the one thing the big 3 have in common? I think we already solved that with our T, right? There's a T, there's a T, there's a T. So I think it's going to be Pat. And what is found in MG and TS, but not in GT? Well, there's an H and an H, but no H. So there's our solution to this puzzle. Path. All right, let's go ahead and scan this. Okay, now I could have looked at the back, which I didn't even bother, but let's see. Strangely enough, Leonard does not have his computer locked. His email is a different story. He doesn't have it set up to stay logged in, nor does he have the Remember My Password feature active. There might be something worth investigating hidden in his emails if I could figure out what the password is. Okay, so we think we know that. And remember, it's going to be lowercase. Let's try it. All right, so here's his login. Now that you're in Leonard's email, you notice one of the emails stands out. It might be worth opening to see what else it says. All right, so now we need to be good about saving these, unprotecting these, remove security. Okay, and then Okay. One stands out. Okay, before we jump to this conclusion, let's see. He's asking is February 18th. Thank you for attendance. We want to show our appreciation. Look over the numbers. Items have gone missing from Emily. All right, let's click on this. Can we click on this? Another email it wants to open. We wanted to show our appreciation for you. Since you attended Comic Convention 2021 on February 6th and 7th, participated in several events, here's a small gift. Thank you for attending the Comic Convention 2021, 20% discount. February 6th and 7th. So that sounds like an alibi, doesn't it? Let's take a look. What happened on February 6th and 7th? The new guy found out I'm single. Weekend is here. Meeting Ashley and some friends at the park. Well, this doesn't rule him out from anything. But if we later find out that the killer was involved on February 6th or 7th, so let's just put this guy's information, Leonard Ortiz, as an alibi. February 6th and 7th. Where is it? In case it's nearby. Comic Convention. We don't know. This is all 2021, but that's going to be the date of our case. I mean, it doesn't, right now at least, it doesn't seem to help us that he's got an alibi for the 6th and the 7th. I think it must have happened at the gym. I remember when I left work, when I got home from the gym, I noticed it was missing, but that's on the 8th. All right, well, we'll just keep that with his stuff. Maybe the chat has a different idea here. I don't think the coffee question letter was the 15th. Yes, I erased that. That is a little bit confusing. But we'll line those up. We'll line those up in a little bit. All right, so we're working our way through the puzzles. Let's see if we can't think of another one to attack. What about this one? This one was kind of curious. I suppose we should take a break in an hour. All right, we're going to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Oh, that's good coffee. It's Mad Goat Papua New Guinea coffee, local roaster here. Okay, I see that Anna is in the chat. She asks if we read everything. We did read everything. Now we're working on the puzzles. I think it's clear now what the process is with this investigation. We've got someone leaving notes. They're leaving them on certain days, at certain locations, and they're talking about seeing her in certain situations. That means that if a note was delivered on a certain day or is about watching her do something on a certain day, those provide two potential places where an alibi could exclude someone. And you can see we just had our comic book nerd has an alibi on February 6th and 7th. We don't have anything yet that jumps out to us as being done by, so no message, it doesn't seem like any message was left on the 6th or the 7th. So that can't give an alibi for a comic book guy. However, if when we decode his notes, one of them mentions seeing her get her mani-pedi or being at the park with a frisbee, then we know, okay, this guy, Leonard, is excluded because he wasn't in town to watch her get her mani-pedi. So that seems like the dual use of our things, that how we're going to alibi someone. Look at a message when it was written, what it was written about observing, or when it was left, and use that to alibi people. Now, what messages have we decoded that are about things here? The tea set you got from your grandmother, that seems like it's about seeing something at her house. Here's a timeline. Did you get the note I left in your car? So we know that note is before 5:40 p.m. on the 14th. It's going to be important for us to figure out when different notes arrived. This seems like it's about taking her ID badge. This one is totally coded. This one is coded. Okay, so, but we did break this code, which says, I love to watch you work. You look beautiful in your new blue suit during your meeting. Okay, so this one was on February 2nd, but we don't have anybody alibied for the 2nd, so we can't use this. And this one says, who did you meet at Cafe Tarif Noir for coffee? So we think that there's only one date where she might have done that, I think. Date night, papers, took her ID badge. So this, the thing is, he doesn't always leave the notes on the day he did it, but here we think is the coffee with Jessica, Sarah, and Mark. So for each note, there's going to be two dates that are going to be important for us. One is what it's about, and one is when it was left. So this one seems about the February 17th. So it's about this thing. So whoever left this note was around on February 17th to witness it. But when did he leave this? There's no even note about it. So we don't know when it's left, but we do know what it's about. And then the same thing with this one. He's talking about the blue suit, which she's talking about wearing at this important meeting. So we think this is about the meeting on February 2nd, but we're not sure when it was left. She finds scratch marks, but no mention of exactly when this arrived. All right. So let's just pick something else to work on. I wouldn't mind. Okay, let's look at this. So I think he's written this T and the I here. He's stolen this. And I think this is about him stealing it. So what is he trying to say here? This is a grid. This seems like maybe we're supposed to overlay this here. But why is it I to T? Is it this I? Is it saying in a... That doesn't seem right. I thought this was going to be saying 96. Is it saying that we should go in this pattern? Has he drawn this pattern? I think he's drawn this pattern. Not just numbered it, not just lettered it, but I think he's drawn this. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stopping at a T over here. Should I be looking for this T? Is this the 1, 2, 3, 4? Is this the first 4 rows ending at this T? Not likely, because TLWT doesn't seem like it would be what you'd be spelling. About HINT, hint. Last hint. Last HINT. Like, could this be this T and it's going backwards to the HINT L? That would make this I in A N and N K I. Here's watch. WATCH. Well, there's a lot of words in here, but we start with the I, in and watch. Watching, YOU. PA, paint. I'm and watching. This, it seems clear like this is what we're doing. I'm just not exactly sure the details of how to put that path on this grid. Is it specifically 1, 2, 3, 4 rows? Do we start with the T? Is this a hint? It's a lesson to help you. I don't want to be naive. Someone take it. I might not be there next time to protect you. I just want you to be safe. To take that. I have gone from empty to filled. I've gone from empty to filled every time I met you. Okay, so there's the empty. There's the filled. So we're starting up here. That's clear. Now, it sounds like it's saying start at the I. Do we have a thinner? Do we have a thinner pen to use? This is so like ultra fun. Starting at the I, and we're going this way. In and seems like it's going this way. But that's not right because we should be going further right. I feel like this is kind of messy. In doesn't work. All right, let's try to eyeball it first for a second. Where do you think? Seems like this is would be the last T. This would be the first I. But you could also see I liked, oh, there's so many words in here. Doesn't seem like this I is all the way over here. I guess it could be like if it's the first 4 rows, then that could be our final T. In and feels like it should be obvious. If this is here, this could be the I, and it would be coordinated with that, but then it would be like this. Sure would be nice to be able to see through these letters a little bit better. Just no. Feels like it's watching YOU. Feels like this is the watching you. Like that feels like that's got to be this part here. Watching you paint. So that's feels like it's clearly that. But then this would be up here like there. Okay. I liked watching, that's what it is. It's not starting at this top row. Here's the I. I liked watching you paint. Okay, and then what are we doing after we get to here? LATK? No. I liked watching you paint. LWT? No. I love liking watching you paint. SD. I liked watching you paint. Okay, it's supposed to be going up right under the eye. That's what the problem is there. I liked watching you paint. And then we're supposed to go left. How far? I liked watching you paint. SAHW. I don't know why this is so hard. It feels like it should be going this way. I love watching you paint. LWT feels like it should be that way, but it could be a trick. It could be, I love watching you paint. Should be so easy. What have I done wrong? All right, let's do it this way. It should be going all the way over here. This should be our ending T. So it should be like this. Something like this, right? I liked watching. Oh, it just kills me that I can't see through this. I liked watching you paint. paint SAHWLT or paint TLW. Okay. It's killing me that I can't see through this. Okay. So that's not really helping much, but do we think it's like this? I liked watching you paint LASTNIGHT. I loved watching you paint last night. All right. That's a little bit okay. I feel like maybe I need to invest in some pens that can be seen through. It feels like that should have been easy. It feels like that should have been easier than it was to get that 96 on top of it. It does feel like it's actually pretty well matched to this size. But it's just hidden in the middle of it. All right, so the question is, when was this left and when was last night? That's the question then. So this was written on her work materials. When did she get this note? Guys, come on. I lost my work badge. It must have happened at the gym. Okay, and then she sees the note. She gets it back here. Is the one that took, he left it on my work desk with the creepy note. Okay, so this was left February 13. And it says last night. So it sounds like it's about February 12. Is that consistent? February 12 was a work day. So I think we have a note left on the 13th about the 12th. That doesn't help us alibi anyone because we have no one who's got an alibi for the 12th and 13th. It's not. The channel corrects me. It's not working. It's painting. Good point. He left it on my work desk. Have to swing by to pick up some papers. So she went into work on the 13th and finds this note. But painting class was February 11th. So he left it here after work. Okay, good. So actually, he didn't leave it on the 13th. He left it on the 12th. It's about February 11th, painting class. And he had to have left it after work. After 5 p.m. Otherwise, she would have seen it. Okay. And I guess he left it at her work, so he's got access to her work. Okay, good. Good, good, good. We still don't have anyone to alibi, though, based on that. So we need more people and more alibis. All right, let's try to alternate between them. How about we work on this one, if we can? That's the locker. So what are we told about this? James, it's the ex-boyfriend. Okay, so we're told he left his phone in his locker. If I could only figure out what's up with the locker codes. And here's James's note about the locker code. He says, you can't change the locker. The manager picks them. He also likes to write on the lockers for some reason, but it never makes sense. Okay, so there's what's written on the locker. It's a weighty matter. What's the difference between a clear sky and the sun? Blood with grass will multiply. A flamingo stands alone. But we know we've got one other clue. Here is the manager. And he's got this thing here that looks like it's colors. So, and then there's also James's no, no note about James. Okay. So we think this is going to be a combination. It's a weighty matter. That's just a reference to use these weights. What's the difference between a clear sky and the sun? So this is going to be 10 minus 2, or I guess 10 minus 4. But okay. We understand the idea here. So weighty matter is just a clue to use the weights. Come on, guys. All right. Clear sky and sun is probably 10 minus 2, which is an 8. Blood with grass will multiply. Okay, so we should be looking for red and green multiply. But this is orange, but maybe it's supposed to be red. 4 times 6, 24. That's a little rough. 2 digits. A flamingo stands alone. Okay, the flamingo is pink, so there's our 8. And if this is blood, grass, then that's not going to be the sun. Could just be a misprinted. Looks orange, but maybe it's red. So do we think then it's a 3 numbers, not sure how many digits? There we go. So it looks like it's 8, 24, 8 to me. Any disagreement? I mean, we could certainly try it, and if it's wrong, we can talk about it. Okay, so this is an encrypted PDF thing, so we're just going to type in all the digits, 8, 24, 8, without commas or anything. Okay, well, that was painless, thankfully. Let's unprotect it and save it in case we need to use it again. All right. Once the locker's open, you find a phone, James's phone, with a message from one of his friends. 11:45, Monday, February 22nd. Darius, hey James, I'm really worried about you, man. Ever since your breakup, you have been on a dangerous spiral. Craig told me you showed up drunk at his place last Tuesday night and crashed for the night. He said you were out of it, so you didn't wake up until 3 p.m. the next day. You really need to talk to someone. I hope you know I'm always here for you, man. Stay strong, my brother. Okay, so we've got an alibi for James. Okay, so what have we got? What is the actual alibi? You showed up drunk to his place last Tuesday, and here it's Monday, February 22nd. So February 16th would be last Tuesday. Yes, February 16th is a Tuesday. And you showed up Tuesday night to 3 p.m. February 17th. Okay. She had coffee at 7 a.m., so he could not have witnessed her having coffee. Because on February 17th, he was passed out. So he could not have witnessed them having coffee. Therefore, he couldn't have left the note about who did you meet at Cafe Tarif Noir for coffee. So James is our first person to have an alibi. Very nice. Okay, now we can see how the process goes. We can see the process. All right, we've got our first alibi, 3 hours in. What's next? All right, James is alibied. Let's take him and put him in the alibi file. Leonard, I think we're going to alibi out. What puzzle do you want to work on next? How about the vinyl? All right, so the vinyl records are from the loud music neighbor, who is, for some reason, hard to find. Okay, it's from Douglas. He says, here's the music I really like. Douglas left in a hurry. He dropped his album sleeves. I'll hold on to them. Some of these bands are actually pretty good. All right, so he says, I'll hold on to them. And here they are. And here's the puzzle that we're trying to solve. A 4-digit code to open. A 4-digit code. So the question is, how do we get a 4-digit code from here? All right, so I see a couple things. First of all, I see that the first letter of each of these is underlined. F-Z-O-V-I-N-R-E. this sure seems like it's going to be something like 5. F-I-V-E. Then we have a Z-R, so it could be 0, Z-E-R-O. Well, we only have one E. 50. Okay, so I wonder if we don't put these in order, we can spell out F-I-V-E-Z-E-R-O. 50, that's 4-digit code, and that's not going to quite give us 4 digits. All right, let's see. So if we could place these in order, we would get 2, but that's not quite enough. Let's see. Fighting foxes. Remember the fallen claws and fangs, not this day once again. Okay, so I do see 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I think we're going to get the word 0, but are we alphabetizing these? Let me see here for a second. If we write down all the letters, we've got F, Z, O, V, E, R, N, I. If I just look at the letters words we can form with this that are digits. We've got 0, we've got 5, we're allowed to reuse, and we've also got 9, N-I-N-E, and we've got 1, but we don't have 2, we don't have 3, we don't have 4, we don't have 6, we don't have 7, we don't have 8. So I think here are the digits we can spell out. We're likely to get these 4 number digits or repeats of them in different orders. So how are we going to get that order, though? I'm a little confused by it. Like, I thought if we would get 4 lines, we would just alphabetize them. But, like, alphabetize each line, and then we're going to get a different word each time. All right, let's just look at the first line here. We've got an R, a C, W, B, T, P, N, W. So this would come first. That's a problem for me because there is no letter that starts with a V. Okay, let's think then. So is there a way to order these that we get a 0, a 5, a 9, or a 1? But actually that's a problem, right? Because I'm really only looking for a 4 digits. So I don't want a complete order. What do I want? What do I want? Let's look at these titles. Remember the fallen, claws and fangs, not this day. Once again, we march. Four digits. I claim they're going to be these from this set. It can't be that we just order the records, though, because that wouldn't get us 4 words spelled out. It seems more likely that we're going to get, like, how do we get a 0? That would be zombie, ever, reboot, obsidian. Can you feel the worm tonight? This is the beginning. Power on. That just doesn't seem right. My gut was that, like, these are going to be the 4 digits and we were going to alphabetize by the first line in each of them, but that doesn't work because that gets me the V as the first. And then the fact that, if I'm right, we've got duplicates like 9, although we might not ever use a 9. It could just be 0, 5, 1. You have to come up with a scheme that lets you do duplicates. If 0 was the first line, I look at sorting on the first line. What if it's C? That's not going to work. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I'm missing. Nothing on the back of that. Okay, let's see what's on the back of this. Douglas East works as a chemical engineer at Greenlight Grow, a fertilizer manufacturing company. I know his schedule. Once we figure out his door code, we should be able to get in and out without incident. Where was our chemical? We did get a code that was chemical. I don't even see it anymore, though. What was that one? Any clue here? Maybe the chat has figured it out already, but I have not. Oh, let's try to do the trick. Don't try to solve it. Note what can be observed. Can't really make words out of the letters. Certainly not an acrostic, but can't even be scrambled. Hmm. What are we looking for? 4 different digits, not 4 different digits, but 4 digits of different length words. And we've got 8 album covers where this is the first letter of each that seems to be underlined. So it feels like that we can form these digit words. Feels right. But then how do we get 4 from here? And why do we have 5 lines and 4 lines? It's really confusing. I mean, this is the beginning. Doesn't. Okay, so some of these feel like we could order them, like power on, you log in, you browse, you download, and you turn off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This almost feels like we can order these in a specific order. But not the rest of these. I mean, this is end. And I mean, I could be completely wrong about this. It's getting me stuck, but feels like that part is right. What do we get? Is it possible to order these by their names of songs? Like this is the beginning. Welcome to the end. I have a hard time seeing pattern in the names of the songs. All right, let's take a break. We'll think about it. Come back in 8 minutes. Okay, well, we're stuck on this one. We're just going to put it aside and work on something else. Let's see. Who else? What about Israel? Israel is a graphic designer. He's given us his business card, and we need another 4-digit code. Now, this one feels like where was the thing about the snake? Maybe that was... We've got his business card. Israel Rush works as a freelance artist, graphic designer. The guy even put a design on his door to his apartment. Maybe it is a form of advertising. I followed him enough to know when he'll be out of his apartment. If we can get in there, we might find something to prove his innocence or guilt. So here's the door. Here's his card. But where's the statement we read about snakes and stuff? Because clearly that's related to this. Not a new neighbor's name is Israel. He seems nice. Where was the stuff about the snake? Oh, it's here. Specialized in skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. Okay, skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. Thank you. So are we just counting them in this order? How many skulls, how many birds, how many snakes, how many trees? 1, 2 skulls. Skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. 2 skulls, snakes, birds, trees. Is that it? Are we just counting them? How many snakes? 1, 2. Is that it? Just 2 snakes? 2 skulls? Birds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1? Or this is a skull here too. So actually there's 3 skulls. Are there birds in there hidden that I can't see? I count this way again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 birds. Unless there's a bird in here, but there isn't because that's a skull. Any hidden snakes? Just 2. All right, so that's the number I come up with. 3, 2, 7, 1. Three skulls, 2 snakes, 7 birds, 1 tree. All right, let's try it. Three, 2, 7, 1. What do you think? 3, 2, 7, 1. No. Skulls, birds. Okay, so I did the order wrong. Skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. Skulls, birds, snakes, and trees. 3, 7, 2, 1. All right. That wasn't too painful. I wish I didn't have to go through this each time. Israel's apartment was very clean and minimalistic. The only thing found of interest was a record of notes he was keeping on all of his neighbors. My apartment, I was finally able to get the heater fixed. The repairman came out on February 4th. I just wish he had gotten here sooner. I was stuck here all evening waiting for him. Jacob and Amanda Gadd, young couple with 2 doors down on the left side, have a newborn. Very glad there's an apartment between ours. Karen Babson, older woman, lives alone, always has a weird smell coming from her place, probably her cats. I've seen Allison helping her out a few times looking for a lost cat, such a sweet girl. Allison Zeller, that's our victim. Beautiful young woman, lives 2 doors down on the right side. I wouldn't mind hooking up with her, but she's going to take time to approach. No sense in rushing things. Douglas, now this is the puzzle we were just trying to solve. Lives adjacent to my apartment on the right side. When he gets home, he starts playing his music extremely loud. I haven't confronted him yet, trying to keep a low profile. Allison did, though. She is a feisty little thing. I have noticed Douglas plays the same songs every day. I recognize the songs. I can't remember the names of the band. Okay, so there was why we couldn't solve our other problem. This is going to be the spelling out of those words. All right. Fine. All right, so we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. First of all, we have an alibi for Israel Rush. And what is that alibi? That he was stuck all evening on February 4th. Quote unquote, all evening. That's his alibi. All right, so we can deal with that in a moment, but first, let us use his notes here to solve the, you can't see that full thing. How about if I do this? You cannot see the last line there. It says, welcome to the end. It's not going to let me do it. There. What is this nonsense? Where it's not showing you the last line. All right, doesn't matter. How about if we do this? There. All right, so before we alibi him, let's use this to solve the puzzle we got stuck on. I can't do it at the same time. Okay, welcome to the end. There we go. All right, so I predict we're going to get words spelled out in a sequence from this set. Okay, dark side of tomorrow is going to be an O. I predict we're going to get, when we finish stringing all these letters together, we're going to get 4 lines out. So we have an O. Don't blink is going to be an N, I'm sure. Don't blink is an N. Next one's going to be from Everfire. This is the beginning. That's our first digit is a 1. Then Sleepyhead, where is that? That's an N, so I predict we're going to get 9 now. The next song is probably going to be from here. Can you hear the voices? And then we're going to get a song from Nope. No Tomorrow. And then we're going to get a song from Everfire. Never Die. Nine. Smell of Death. That's Z. So I predict our next song is going to be from Everfire. Heat is an Illusion. Our next song should be from Reboot, Power On. And the next song should be from Obsidian, which is The Sharp End. CERO. Okay. And then Not This Day is from Fighting Foxes. So I predict this is going to be the 5. So the next one should be from Inner Nightmare, which is My Dreams. The next one should be from Nope, which is, sorry, the next one should be from Voodoo Mary, which is The Witch Doctor. And then Welcome to the End, which is the E5. So there's our code, 1905. All right, well, it's a good lesson if you get stuck to move on. And one of the rare Deadbolt Mystery Society games where you don't have enough to solve a puzzle just because you have pieces of it. No objection from me. I actually like that. I like that it didn't give us enough to solve it. That's frequently one of the interesting parts of these puzzles, when you have to figure out when don't you have enough to solve a puzzle. Deadbolt does do that occasionally. All right, so now, though, we're proceeding more quickly. We've opened up Israel's, and now we know how to get into Douglas's, but let's deal with Israel first. Israel gave us his alibi, so let's see if that helps us. February 4th, all evening, he was out. February 4th, dinner at the Blue Crab with mom and dad. I love my parents. It would be nice not to deal with all the questions. Okay. So we can't rule out Israel at all. But if we get a note talking about, hey, I watched you have dinner with your parents, that's what's going to rule out Israel. Okay, so otherwise he's going to have to wait. Now let's open Douglas's door. $1905. Sometimes it opens automatically. Sometimes it doesn't want to open. Okay, 1905. Okay, so after searching through the mess that is Douglas's apartment, you find a crumpled up letter from circuit clerk. All right, let's save this first. All right, what have we got here? To the employer of Mr. Douglas East. Mr. East was serving jury duty on February 2nd from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. He should be excused from all work during this time. No penalties should be levied against him. So he's serving jury duty on February 2nd. Let's see if that alibis him. Let's give him an alibi card. Douglas East, February 2nd. 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we're given the street, too, in case she parked her car there. But let's not worry about that for now. February 2nd. Presentation today. I should wear my new blue suit. Okay, now we've got an alibi. Because one of our notes said that I love to watch you work. You look so beautiful in your new blue suit during your meeting. So Douglas has an alibi. He couldn't have seen her in her suit. All right, so Douglas is our second person that we've alibied. We've alibied James. And we've alibied Douglas. 2 people eliminated. All right, let's put them over there. And that's Douglas's door. We can keep this with him. All right, we're making progress. 2 out of 9 alibied. Couple more almost alibied. We've broken into Leonard's computer. We haven't dealt with Ben's website yet. Maybe while we're on the tablet, we'll go ahead and do that. So Ben Woods, when we interviewed him, she says there's a guy taking pictures, and he told us about a website he's working on called Humans of Valley Falls. So let's go ahead and go to this website and see if it doesn't give our Ben an alibi. Humansofvalleyfalls.com. Humans of Valley Falls. Enter site. Okay. So it's a whole bunch of photos. All right. If you click on one, does anything happen? Yes. You get what you see. Oh my God, it's all active. We can give it a heart. Can we download it? Oh my God, this is ridiculous. So what are we looking for? We're looking for something that might have a date. Now, if we click on something, does it tell us the date it was taken? Not really. We can share it. All right. So we could be looking for a subtle date on one of these pic. Can I save the environment? If we knew when this protest was, that might be an alibi. Save the trees. I don't believe we have learned about it, but maybe we will at some point. Stories. The trees. Okay, so let's see if we can find out when that tree protest was. The New Life Rally is an environment-friendly rally that promotes planting trees, starting gardens, and other nature center activities. The rally began at 5 p.m. on February 11th. Okay, Ben Woods. Assuming he took all the photos, Ben Wools, then he was at this nature rally, February 11, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's the tree rally. Chanel, one of the organizers of the event, explained the purpose of the rally. We're here because we don't want our children growing up in a world where there isn't beauty. We keep telling kids they need to get imaginations, but we're losing places for them to go. I remember playing in the woods with my grandparents, going on so many pretend adventures. Now those woods are gone. We are fighting for a future where our children can build a castle and slay monsters. The event was truly uplifting. I was glad I could stay the full time, says Ben. Okay, so there we go. Ben's February 11th got his alibi. All right, now, can we go back and see if there's any others we care about? Tyler Larry's a young skateboarder hoping to break into professional leagues. He has faced many challenges in life. He never lets the world get him down. Every time he falls, he gets back up. My mom left when I was 5. I have never really connected with my father. Skateboarding was just the thing that I could do to help the world, keep the world in perspective. When I'm practicing routines or working on nailing a trick, everything else fades away. That's how I made it through middle and high school. I plan on going pro, but my senior year I was diagnosed with scoliosis. That was a blow. I thought my life was over. I quit skating, fell into a slump. I kept asking myself, what was the point? Once I realized I didn't care if I had scoliosis or not, I was going to chase my dreams. So after nearly a year off the board, I got back on. I'm stronger than ever. Nothing in life, even my own body, is going to hold me back. Okay, that doesn't help us. And then where you come from. Home to a large homeless community. Many people are too busy with their lives, never notice the less fortunate. And this is something that Jack Kalish has written. Bad wife. My wife passed away only 3 years into our marriage. I ended up turning to alcohol. I stayed on a downward spiral, lost my job. Now I'm here. I know what people think when they see me or others like me. I just wish they knew there was more to us than dirty layabouts. Okay. And then here's a web page about page for this website. We specialize taking real life photos, capturing moments. Technically not a news site. We practice journalist standards. Okay. So we got the thing that we needed to get out of this, which was February 11th, 5 to 8 p.m. Ben Wolves was at this rally. All right, let's see if we can use that to alibi him. February 11th, yep. February 11th is the painting class at 6 p.m. And Ben was gone from 5 to 8, so he could not have seen her painting, which means he's got an alibi from his note. So we've got our third person alibied based on the note about watching her in the painting class. Okay, that's our third alibi. We're making slow but sure progress. Okay, who's next? I wonder if we shouldn't divert to another note from the killer. Not the killer. He hasn't killed anyone yet. The stalker. Okay. Anyone have any ideas about this one? There may be nothing to decipher here. This is just in sort of leet speak. He says, the tea set looks nice in your living room. Probably one of our photos. He took a picture of her tea set where he's been in her house. He says, you have a great sense of design. I'm the only one that can see you as you are. We are meant to be together. I ask myself why we must be apart for so long. When you're with me, my life has meaning. Don't worry, we will be together forever. So I mean, there's lots of digits here, but let's assume for a minute. Let's not assume there's a secret message in here. This does have information for us, even absent a secret message. He says, the note in car must be before February 14th at 5:47 p.m. So if we care about, the one thing that this thing does is it gives us a date, February 14th at 5:47 p.m. This person was writing a text message, and he's referencing the car note before this date. So if we're trying to pin down dates, when does she say she's got a message in her car? I'm not sure she did write down that she had a message in her car. She wrote down that there was a message on her window, card on her car window. I don't think she ever mentions when the note was found in her car. So if we don't have a date when it was found in her car, we do know which note. We should be able to figure out which note it was. In Allison's card is the grid with words. Okay, so that's this one. And this has to be wrong. Why did we think this was left February 16th? Why did I come to that wrong conclusion? Okay, because I saw this. She was talking about, I found a note on my car window. I thought that was this one, but that isn't this one. So this must have been left before February 14th, 5:47 p.m. because it's being referenced by this. Don't know why that's important. All right. Do we think we can make sense? Are we ready to make sense out of this? Yes, we are, actually. Maybe not the grid, but I think we are ready to make sense of this one. Right? Because we think we have numbers associated with these. He says, I broke into your house. I got your codes. So we think each of these has a number. So let's see if we can't do this. All right. Let's see if we can't do this in a way that makes some sense. All right. Crab is 14. All right. Butterfly. We do it differently. Okay, here's 1 is the lettuce. 1, 1, 1, 1. The eyes are 2, 2. That's it, just the 1, 2. The sleeping fox is 3. Fork and spoon is 4. The cat is 5. Butterfly is 6. The whale is 7. The heart is 8. The solid heart is 8. The alien is 9. The hollow heart is turtle is 10. The hollow heart is 11. Ice cream is 12. The skull is 13. Crab is 14, which I already did. The Pac-Man ghost is 15. The envelope is 16. Coffee cup is 17. And that's it. All right, so now we have the numbers. And on the left, we have what looks like the mapping of numbers to letters. So 14 is an I, 6 is an L, O, 10 is V, 11 is E, 2 is W, 8 is A, this is going to be watch. Watch. 14 is I, surely I-N-G, 9 is G. I love watching Y-O-U. 12 is J, 7 is O, 9 is G. 14 is I. I love watching you. J. J-O-G. I-N. Jog in. 16 is going to be surely H. 11 is E. 17 is H. 7 is O. 1 is N. 14 is I. N. G. Obviously did one of these wrong. In the H. Morning. I don't know why it's so prone to make mistakes, but okay, doesn't matter. I love watching you jog in the morning. All right. So having decoded this message, We know that the killer has watched her jog in the morning. Well, when does she jog in the morning? Morning jog, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. All right. He does a lot of morning jogs. So 7 a.m. January 28th. February 2nd. February 4th. February 9th. 11th. 16th. 18th. 23rd. All right, so those are the potential days she's gone jogging in the morning. However, when is this note written? The thinking of you note. Thinking of you card found on the car window. Okay, that date we know. I found a card on my car window, February 16th. So if it's left February 16th, then we don't have to worry about those days. But it could have been any of these days that he observed. So in order to alibi someone, we're going to have to find that they couldn't have been available on any of these days. That's going to be a tough one to use to alibi someone. All right, let's try to get into someone else's notes. How about one of these? Antonio or Ryan Knock? So Antonio is the ladies' man. He keeps a small safe under his desk. I'm not sure it's in there. I'm sure it's something Antonio feels like needs to be hidden. He probably has a skeleton in his closet. He's a ladies' man. Started working at Product Rise. He works with her. Everyone calls him Adonis. What has he got written here? All the ladies know my name. Is it just Adonis? 6-letter word is Adonis. So this one might not have much of a puzzle to it. Okay, but wait, where was the thing about... We read something about a shifting. Let's see what this says. It's a personal safe. I'm confident I can get into it during his break. I just need to get the code. Okay, let's see if it's Adonis. Adonis is 6 letters, so it may be just that simple. It can't all be hard. Adonis. Adonis. Okay, well, that was easy enough. We remove the security, we save the protection. There should be a single button that does this, but there isn't. Okay. After gaining access to Antonio's safe, you find that Antonio was at a doctor's appointment February 12th from 5:30 to 7. Okay, so there's Antonio's time alibi if it helps him. February 12th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. You also find a number of items that Antonio has procured from his fellow coworkers. Seems Mr. Strickland is a bit of a kleptomaniac. Before you close the safe, one of the papers catches your eye. Remember that when life is challenging you, you just need to find the sum of your parts and a new path will open. Okay, so this seems to be like a separate little puzzle here. R A M looks like 2 blanks under each. And then we've got a little reminder about telephone codes. Find the sum of your parts. So are we adding the C, the A, the R? The C, the A, and the R is 2 plus 2 plus 7, which would be 11. The P and the E would be 7 plus 3, which would be 10. And the DIEM would be 3 plus 5 plus E, which is 11, plus M, which would give us 17. Two, 4, 11, 7, 10, and then 3, 7, 10, 16. Three plus 4 is 7, plus 3 is 10, plus 6 is 16. When life is challenging you, just need to find the sum of your parts and new paths will open. What does that mean? Personal safe he keeps under his office desk. Safe, I'm not sure. Maybe once we get into the safe, it will be helpful to us. Oh, we are in the safe. Okay, well, it looks like it's 11 and 16. 11, 10, 16. And we have an alibi for Antonio. Okay, I still don't know how to use this new paths. We'll open, but we'll worry about that later, I guess. Let me put this with Antonio. Let's see if that alibi helps us in any way. February 12th, he was at the doctor. February 12th, he was at the doctor from 5 to 7:30. 6 p.m. date night with myself and ice cream. It doesn't really help us, does it? Not yet, at least. Let's take a picture of this for a second. New paths will open. You can't click on this or anything, right? New paths will open. All right, well, we have to put that in our to-do list along with Antonio's alibi, which we don't have any use for currently. 12th was the evening when the badge was replaced on her desk. You're right, but that doesn't really help us, right? I mean, we know that someone, first of all, why have we not noted that somewhere? This is the part that kills me when we don't take good notes about something. So she goes into the office on Saturday. She finds her key. He left it. Somewhere we wrote down left after 5 p.m. So whoever is the stalker left the card after 5 p.m. on February 12th. But all we know is he's got a doctor's appointment from 5:30 to 7. But he could have come into work at 8 p.m. and left it, right? Why couldn't he have come into work at 8 p.m. and left it? Put a note. Too late to come back to work with card. Maybe, I don't think that's an alibi yet, but it's very possible that if we pick this up, we'll find out that after the doctor's appointment, he went someplace else. Okay. Can we figure out when the Polaroids were made? Can we look at Knox alibi? Okay, I don't see the new path code from Knox. Okay, you guys are losing me, but it's okay because we're just gonna do the next item here, which is Knox's briefcase. We're gonna look at it at least. So Ryan Knox also works there. She thinks he has a crush on him. He asked her out, but he hasn't pushed the issue. He's the one who says things move at a faster pace. You have to stay ahead of the competition. Oh, it's the Carpe Diem. So I see. This note has been stolen from Ryan. This isn't a note that Antonio wrote. This is a note that he's stolen from Ryan. So it's going to be the password for Ryan's briefcase. Carpe diem. So Ryan's briefcase is going to be this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 digits. Here it is, the 6 digits. Okay, that makes complete sense that he's stolen it from Ryan. And so we figured out Ryan's code. Okay, 11, 10, 16. Unless we've calculated wrong. All right, here we go. Dear Mr. Knox, thank you for your dedication to Product Rise. Your work has not gone unnoticed ever since we took on the Bankheads as clients over a month ago. You have been putting in extra hours. You are here every day by 7 a.m. and don't leave until 5:30. You've done this consistently for over a month now without missing a day. Keep up the good work. There's sure to be a promotion in your future. Okay, so on February 25th, he gets a note. It says you've been in here every day from 7 till 5:30. Okay, so what does this give him? What alibi does this give him? Does everyone remember what alibi this gives him? He can't watch her jog. Exactly right. So Ryan Knox. Ryan Knox has an alibi. All right. Another person has been alibied. We've only got 4 left. Is that right? 4 don't have alibis. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Shouldn't there be one more? I've got 4 people alibied. Ben Woods has an alibi. Ryan Knox has an alibi. Douglas has an alibi. And James has an alibi. That's 4 alibis. There should be 5 people left. Who am I missing? Antonio. Antonio doesn't have an alibi yet. Okay, 5 people without alibis. Maybe he has an alibi if we don't think he could come in after his doctor's appointment. So maybe. And Israel is gone February 4th, but that doesn't. In fact, 2 people. Let's see. Antonio is alibied for February 12th. Leonard is alibied for February 6th and Leonard alibied for February 6th and the 7th. But we don't know why that's important because he hasn't no one has mentioned anything with that yet. And then Israel is alibied for February 4th, but we don't know why that clears him. And Callum, we've got nothing on. But if we can decode another note, we may be able to rule out some more people. And I think we used that one already. And remember that we've got this when there's 3 suspects left. So probably we're only going to be able to get rid of 2 more. So we've got 3 partials and 2 we know nothing about. And we do have one more proper puzzle. And then more evidence, including this thing. So Callum speaks in metaphors, asterisk questions. I get the feeling he's hiding something. He's the old friend who's come back into town. That's Callum. And then Charlie is the barista who's the artist. And then at the back of this is our contact. And he says, I've been asking about everyone, Callum and Charlie. So these 2 are part of this Omnis Erenscientia cult. Latin for all for knowledge, a group that's dedicated to science. They tend to ignore ethics. Some of their practices are frowned upon. He found the chapter house, and here it is, Omnis Enim Scientia. We need to know a password. Strange group, not much is known. Thankfully, Zach Ferris was able to find their meeting spot. The door will not open unless the correct passphrase is used. I found some symbols around the door. Then he says, here's a card to help explain it. So we've got letters for each symbol, but it says they're labeled incorrectly. The first batch, I shifted to the right by 5. Then I overcorrected and I had to shift back to the left by 2. So these all got shift right by 3. And then he says I had to shift every letter to the left by 7 and the right by 2. Now the second batch is correct. It's kind of weird. Is it just saying it's left by 5? And this one right by 3? And then second batch, these are different symbols. All right, so it sounds like this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to do. I may not do it this way. So it's time for us to take a break anyway. Maybe I'll make a scan of this. Okay, but so each symbol has a mapping to a letter. And then we should be able to explain this. These are underlined. It makes me think like this is going to be the only thing we have to know. Not clear, but it does seem like that's what we should work on next. Let's take an 8-minute break. I'll scan this. We'll come back. We'll try to decode it and get into this organization. See if we can't alibi someone else. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're down to 13 viewers. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. We're now going to try to get into this cult door, this group's door. This is what we need to figure out. And I have made a scan of this card here, a little larger so we can write on it. Okay. As Jamie points out, this is the first half of the alphabet, the second half. Here it says, I shifted all the letters to the right. So that would mean the A goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then overcorrected had to shift back to the left by 2. So it seems like all the letters go 3. So 1, 2, 3. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. That's how I read what it's saying is done. And then these, every letter, the left by 7, and then the right by 2. So left by 5, it seems like it's saying. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be the N. L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. That's how I read it. Everything went left 7. Sorry, everything went left 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this seems right to me. Let's see if we can make it work. Let's use the enlarged versions. Zoom out. Let's see if we can do this together. Okay, so that would make this an S, P, E, A. This looks right to me. Speak, O, H, sorry. This is a T. Speak, the, W, O, R, D. Gonna be S, surely. Speak the words A, N, T, T, O. Sure, we're gonna say enter. E, N, T, E, R. Okay, so here are the words we need to speak. A, R, T, C, R, A, F, art, craft. Speak the words art, craft. Speak the words art and craft to enter. All right. So let's try to get in. Okay, it doesn't want to open it. There we go. Got to do it again. All right, password. So we're just going to type ARTCRAFT. No spaces, no punctuation, all lowercase. All right, we got it. Welcome to Omnis Scientia. My name is Isaac Everton. Oh, it's you. Yes, I know who you are. Apparently, we need to change the password again. Sorry to be rude, but what do you want? The faster I can get you out of here, the better. Your type makes our members uncomfortable, when all we want is a quiet place to practice our craft without the judgmental stares of the ignorant masses. You need me to tell you what I know about Callum Ridley and Charlie Hernandez? Fine. If that's what it takes to get you to leave. Callum Ridley has been a member here for a few years now. He's a smart young man who takes the pursuit of his craft seriously. He's in here every Monday from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Practicing and helping others with their work, he's very dedicated to the order. Charlie is new to our order. I've not spent much time with him, but I do know he was here on February 9th. He arrived in the late afternoon, stayed past 10 p.m. working on a project. I hope that helps, or at least is enough to end this interrogation. If you see yourself out now, thank you, and please don't come again. All right, so Callum Ridley has an alibi every Monday, 5 to 9. Okay, and our other guy is Charlie Hernandez. And what have we got about Charlie? February 9th, late afternoon to 10 p.m. We'll just put call. Okay, so let's see if that helps us in any way. Where's our information? Monday from 5 to 9. Wouldn't solve that. Scratch marks on my door. That doesn't really help. Dinner with mom and dad. We didn't have any mention of dinner with mom and dad yet. We haven't decoded this. Seems like we're going to need to decode this soon. Sorry, I should just be looking at Mondays. Okay, I lost my work badge. I think it must have happened at the gym. So she was in the gym from 6 to 7. And if that's when she lost her badge, then it couldn't be Callum. So Callum is alibied because of February 8th gym. All right. Callum is alibied. Another person is eliminated. All right. Now Charlie Hernandez is only known 9 p.m. from afternoon to 10. So all we know is that he would have been gone from movie night, but we don't know anything that happened on movie night, so he's not alibied. Not yet, at least. So, Charlie Hernandez, Leonard Ortiz both have days at which we can alibi them, but none that help us yet rule them out. Same thing with Antonio, although possibly Antonio is already alibied. And same thing with Israel. So that's actually 4 people. And this says, tell us when you got only 3 left. So one of these people we need to eliminate. And that's going to be done with this. When we decode this last message we have from the stalker, we're going to find that one of our remaining people are alibied out. So, how are we going to decode this? How are we going to decode this? What do we know about this message? Grid with words in Allison's car. So this was put in Allison's car. And what does she say about that? In her car. And we know that it's related to this. The T set looks great. Look, we've got letters and numbers. T8. T8. Us. Okay. I think that's what we've got here. Okay, let's take a look at this now. Now that we've made the full connection between this and this, we're looking for letter number pairs. Looks like T8. And then I'm thinking this is 8E. There's a missing letter E. And then here's a 1 and a U. And your style like I do, I am the only one that can see you. There's a 1C. We are meant to be together. That's an R2. I ask myself why we must be apart. 4. Why 4? When you are with M3, so you 3, life has meaning. Don't worry, we will be together forever. Soon. Okay, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay, what have we got here now? All right, T8 is I. 8E didn't. 1U, no. 1C, U. R2 is liked. I didn't know you liked. Y4, 2. U3, play. B4, frisbee. I didn't know you liked to play frisbee. Okay, so we've been looking for that one because we know what day that was. She was at the park. She made a note, bring a frisbee. Meet Ashley and some friends at the park. Need to bring a frisbee Sunday, February 7th. And we do have an alibi for February 7th. Leonard Ortiz was at the convention February 6th and 7th. So that's it. That's Leonard as his alibi. All right. Our sixth subject has been alibied. We have processed all of our messages except for one thing that I'm going to make a note of on our to-do list so we don't forget it. And that is this on the back of the Polaroids. We don't know how to use this yet. It says my love surround something, but we're missing. But maybe we're going to get the rest of these pictures in our second envelope. But it feels like we have found everything there is to find. We've got partial alibis for our 3 remaining suspects, but we can't eliminate them yet. But we were told when there's only 3 to proceed to the next phase. Give the initials in order of their number. So there's their number. The initials are ASCHIR. All right, let's see if we're right. We could be wrong here, in which case we're going to have to do some hard searching of our souls that we eliminated someone we shouldn't. The fact that we have 3 left feels right, though. All right, here we go. ASCHIR. Cross your fingers. ASCHIR. I really hope this is right. Hey, look at that. Good work, team. All right, that's a relief. That's a weight off our shoulders. Allison has spent the better part of the last 24 hours under heavy sedation. While the doctors are mostly optimistic, they have said she isn't out of the woods. Yet, just over an hour ago, she opened her eyes and immediately started screaming uncontrollably. He's been here, he's been here, she wailed, pointing at a message that has been painted on her fingernails. He did this. She screamed even louder when she saw more Polaroids of her taken without her knowledge, sitting on the bedside table, and noticed the message that had been painted on her toenails. There was also a strange display in Allison's room made with blocks from the children's ward that the police have been investigating to determine if there's any significance. We're currently trying to determine how the stalker gained access to the room while it was guarded. In the meantime, Allison has been given another sedative to calm her down. She's gone back to sleep. You may now open the hospital envelope. All right. 3 suspects. I don't see how Israel could be it if he doesn't work with her. How did he get access to her workplace? And Charlie is the barista. I don't see how he could have done it. Antonio, he had access to her, but psychologically he doesn't seem like the right person. So that's kind of weird. All right. Let's open up the envelope and proceed into our final chapter of this puzzle, our final act. All right, it's a puzzle to make a call with some phrase or digits to dial. Looks like maybe a full phone number. The watcher has a nickname for Allison. Can you piece the answer together? You're closing in on the Watcher. Use the Stalker's initials followed by what Phil Herbert and Fook 3 hold as most important. Okay, here's what was written on her fingernails. Fingernails and toenails. That's creepy. Okay, so we have some more Polaroids that we can put together to finish this puzzle. And there's the blocks. So let's start with the things we were told about, and then we'll deal with these. So here are the Polaroids that were taken. So we've got another picture of Allison through. Oh, this just looks like another one with her in that same sweater. But then here she is playing Frisbee awkwardly. But okay, there she is playing Frisbee. So we know what day that got taken at the park. It doesn't really help us, but it feels like maybe the only thing that's significant about these is now we can put together this puzzle. Let's not do that yet. Let's do this. Our staff are the hands and feet of our community. Dearest Allison, why do you continue to block my advances? Okay. That's intriguing. What do we have here? We have the numbers from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with no repeats. So if you have something else that's numbered, for example, 10 fingers, 10 toes, this seems like it's likely to be this, right? Like this is going to be this toe. And then the 2 is here. The 3 is here, and so on. Okay, so what letter is this? That's cute. That's an I. All right, so I think it's probably I. If we can put this where we can both see it. I, and then 5 is a 2, which would be the S. And then the 3 is the 4th over here, which looks like an A. And then the 4 is the W. I saw. And then the 5 is U. The 6 is here, D. The 7 looks like an A. 8 is an N. 9 is a C. And 10 is an E. I saw you dance. That's creepy. Okay. I saw you dance. Does anyone remember when she went dancing? Date night, the man's been stalking me, watch the game, concert, hip hop dance class at the gym, can't wait. Saturday, February 20, 11 a.m. Okay. These are the fingers and blocks. All right. Who is not available? Who has an alibi for Saturday, February 20th? Not Antonio. Not Charlie. not Israel. That's odd. I wonder if we got that wrong somehow. Did one of these have an alibi? That's strange that we have an alibi, but we don't have anyone that this works on. All right, well, we don't have to figure it out yet. Let's just put it aside. And let's look at what else we have. Children's Center, St. George's Hospital. Oh, here's the hands and feet. ISAWYOU. Boy, that's weird. Seems to be hands and feet. ISAWUDANCE. Okay, so I guess it just wants us to decode what the message was here, rather than be an alibi for someone. I think that's what it seems to be saying. Let's see if that's right. That's an odd choice. Oops, sorry. Okay, so I think it's asking me to decode this. IRUDANCE. All right. I don't get it. That's a very weird. All right. I gotta not think about it, because otherwise there's no point in thinking about it yet, and that's just gonna make me irritated. So let's look at the other evidence we have. After the attack on Allison, we received a communication from the stalker. He's getting brave, taunting us. He obviously doesn't see us as a threat to him. Rosa red, violets are blue. This message isn't for Allison. It's directed at you. I call it passion, but you say I obsess. All of my senses adore her. This I must confess. Sight, sound, and smell, taste, and then touch to the sun and back. I love her that much. You think you can stop me, but I'll never be tamed. My feelings for Allison are like an eternal flame. Harris thinks he's smart, but I've played him all along. Unlike Tales of Ancient Greece, this isn't my swan song. Okay, so we've got letters from A to T for each of these phrases. We don't know why. Let's see what else we have. Closing in on the watcher, use the stalker's initials, followed by what Phil Herbert and Fuchs hold as most important. So once we know his initials and information, we can scan this. He's got a nickname. Can you piece together the answer? Okay, that seems like a separate question. Need to make a call. 3, area code 3, and then 4. All right. And then what's this? Solved all the puzzles, ready to solve the case. Enter the real name of the watcher and the room number where you'll find him. Okay, that's creepy. So these come first in order we don't know, and then comes his actual name. All right, and then there's this Children's Center. I don't know what's going. 2 stars. All right, let's look at this for a second. This seems to be saying about fingers and toes, and some measles outbreak, and maybe it just wants not a full thing, just wants this. So if I saw you dance, ISA Wisawudance. And E. So maybe it just wants sane. Let's try that. That's weird. And E. Okay, that's a little weird, but it's okay because I got it. Otherwise, it would not be okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Will Street Detective Agency interview with Spook 3. I guess since you have helped me in the hacked case, I owe you a debt of gratitude, so I'm happy to assist on this case. I've got something that should be of interest to you, but I'm not going to just give it to you on a silver platter. I'm still the best hacker in Valley Falls. If it gets out I'm helping you guys and the police too much, it will ruin my street cred. Besides, what I'm going to give you should allow you to determine who it belongs to. Just begin as you normally would at the beginning. You'll figure it out, I'm sure of it. Just remember, nothing is more important than the truth, in caps. Okay, so we've got a text message. Friday, February 19th, morning, evening, every tide, morning, evening, every tide arrived through storms, empty, vacant every night. Infidels never trust heavenly entities, past the road just keep. So it's a whole bunch, it's like a poem. And then there's a reply, in winter ice leaves life bereft, even though hearts ever ring eternal. Okay, so we've got dated message on February 19th, and it seems like it's a poem. And it seems like we should be trying to piece together words. And then it says, you should be able to determine who it belongs to. Begin as you normally would at the beginning. Nothing is more important than the truth. Begin at the beginning. There are his clues. Begin at the beginning and truth. In caps. It is a poem, so it does make you think of this. What are we trying to get out of this? First of all, is there any word truth in anything? Yes. In the message, the word truth is here. Truth hearkens. Begin at the beginning. Nothing is more important than truth. Do we have truth here? No. What I'm going to give you should allow you to determine who it belongs to. I'll tell you what, before we try to solve this, since it's not immediately clear how to attack it, let us try to do this, which is the only other puzzle that I think we feel like we could tackle. This is weird. All right, it's designed so that one way to organize this is like this. And then boy, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. These are all 3-letter codes. We can arrange it like this if we want this to make sense. Let me take some screenshots so we can make sense of it. Or we can arrange it so that we can see the eye, which also looks like it makes sense. My love will always surround you. And here's the watcher watching. It looks like this is a message like this in three things. And it's all 3-letter parts. Let's transcribe this. HUEXSXFYUHOUNPLCEUY. Then we have IULNIHOU, possibly a V or cut off, JMEEUDWA. Then we have SYXEUCZQI HUIPKENUG YUOUUHBRSAUNEUFHWI UUNXICAUTTUHJNAEUC, and of course we've run out of room. OUNMKGCUEEUT. All right. My love will always surround you. So we've got this. And it doesn't feel like we can do any of these. We've got this, and we've got this. Let me just take a screenshot of this. Um, Nothing is more important than the truth. So if we could decode all these, I wonder, is each of these words in our poem morning? Like, do we have morning in here? Because if so, we could turn each word into a letter. There's no morning in here, unfortunately. I thought for sure it's going to be like morning, and then we look up evening, and we get a letter. That didn't work, though. I thought that was going to be it. I guess we looked for truth, and we didn't see that either. Okay, I'm seeing now. Look at the letters of this phrase. M-E-E-T, meet, A-T, at, S-E-V-E-N, meet at 7. I-N-T-H-E, in the P-A arc, at park. Okay, so it's classic. Well, I mean, we get these all the time, but they delayed it long enough that I forgot to look. Meet at 7 in the park. Meet at 7 in the park. Period. T-O-N-I-G-H-T, tonight. B-R-I-N-G, bring. T-H-E-P-A-C-K-A-G-E, bring the package? Bring the package, huh? And then the reply is I-W-I-L, I will be there. Is the reply. One person says, meet me at 7 in the park tonight, bring the package. And the person replies, I will be there. And then the reply back is, I-T-W-A-S-G, it was good. It was good. T-O to C. It was good to see. It was good to see Y-O-U. It was good to see you, period. S-I-N-C-E, since since R-E-L-Y, since R-E-L-Y, R-E-L-Y-A-N-T-O, A-N-T-O, N-I-O. Antonio. It was good to see you since R-E-L-Y. Antonio. What does this mean? It was good to see you since R-E-L-Y. Antonio. What is R-E-L-Y? Okay, but this is, we've also got information, February 19th, 11:34 a.m. So they met in the park at 7 p.m. February 19th. So I guess the blue person is Antonio. So now we know Antonio's got a February 19 alibi. That doesn't really help us. That's weird. Sincerely. Sincerely. It's not since really. It's sincerely. Okay, thank you. It was good to see you. Sincerely, Antonio. Okay, so the person is writing is Antonio, getting a package. We're not sure what it's about, but I don't understand. This seems like it should be giving us an alibi. It's yet. It's the second time we've got an alibi that is not an alibi. What am I missing? February 19th at 7 p.m. at the park. I guess maybe we're gonna get all right, let's find Antonio for a second. So he's got a February 12th alibi at the doctor, and then he's got a February 19th, 7 p.m. alibi at the park, neither of which seem to help us. But maybe we still got a message or two from the killer, from the stalker, in these two messages. Kind of weird, though. Feels like that should be giving us an alibi, but it's... Maybe, have we got other dates here that we haven't... Like, have we got messages that we didn't properly date? I guess we don't have to worry about it yet till we solve these. Then we can worry that we don't have someone's alibi. We've still got 3 people. A nickname for Allison. So it's possible we know this already, but I don't think we have a nickname for her. What is this? Truth hearkens. What is this? Why does it say nothing is more important than the truth? Sounds like Jamie is saying this is probably the pieced together part about pieces put together, quite possibly. Okay. So we have an alibi for a nickname for Allison, which says pieced together, which seems like it might be this. A phone call, which feels like it needs 10 digits. And we have this that can be assembled in 2 different ways. My love will always surround you, which might mean that this word in the center is you or I. We don't know if these 2 go together. All right. Is there, and we don't know what this truth seems to be. All right, rather than try to solve it, let's try to make observations. First of all, how many sets of 3 do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. We have 34 triplets. We don't know if this is related. Anything jump out at you about the triplets? Clearly not English. What about English frequencies? Doesn't look like English frequencies either, right? You're very unlikely to get a Z. It's possible. There's a lot of U's. There's a lot of U's. In fact, much too many U's. So do we have a substitution cipher? If so, the U would almost certainly be an E. So I claim that it's not going to be like taking every third letter because there's too many frequencies of U's. This has to be a substitution cipher of some sort. What else can you observe? It's the full alphabet going, we're seeing every letter from A to Z, which means it's not like it could map onto this. It does seem like this thing should be a clue. My love will always surround you with a U. Okay, so look, that's got to be a clue. The U is a clue. My love will always surround you. That's a clue. How does love surround a U? How does love surround the letter U? What does that mean? Does it mean we skip the U's? No. That is the clue that this means the letter U and there are too many U's. How about if we just look at the letters around U's? H, E, Y, H, O, N, E, Y. Let's see if that works. Let's look at just the letters around U's. Oh, maybe we could do it this way. H, E, Y, H, O, N, E, Y. Honey. Hey, honey. I-L-O-V. I love. D-W-A. Hey, honey. There's her nickname. I loved watching you. H-A-N-E-F. Have fun at the C-O-N-C-E-P-T. At the concept. Hi, honey. I love watching you have fun at the concept. Okay, so the first thing is we found her nickname. It's Honey. The second thing is the concept. That sounds a little bit familiar. like if one of the places she went was called the Concept, like the dance place she went to or something. Oh, maybe it was Concert. Did I write down the last E-U-C-R? That's an R instead of a P. At the concert. Okay. So she went to the concert on February 19th at 6 to 8. 6 to 8 p.m. That's the concert, which, as we know, is when Antonio was meeting at the park for some secret package. Antonio just caught his alibi. All right. Pretty cool. Pretty cool little hint about my love will always surround you. Pretty cute. And I always love to see when I get it before the chat. It's pretty rare. So we've solved this. We've solved the Polaroids. We did it logically by asking what clues it might have for us. This is the only thing we don't know how to solve, but before we try to solve this, we should answer this question. The watcher has a nickname for Allison. Can you piece together the answer? Okay. Let us go and see if this gives us anything when we solve this. All right. Honey. Honey. Okay. The three guys you asked me to look into are new to Valley Falls, so I had to pull a few strings to get info. They're all part of active criminal investigations. Only one of them, however, is on the right side of the law. This information is sensitive. I'm only a couple of years away from being able to retire, so I have to be careful. The first thing I found is that none of them are who they seem. Two of them aren't even using their actual names. One has gang ties and came to town to Valley Falls to escape his enemies. One was in a lot of trouble, managed to dodge any charges, came to Valley Falls to get away from the heat. The other I don't know much about, truthfully, but back to the first two. Can you believe people come to Valley Falls to get away from their problems? What a laugh. They've obviously never researched our murder rate, or they would know to steer clear of the place. I have a number you can check to get some intel on one of your guys, but I can't just give it to you. For the area code, subtract 1 from each digit. For the prefix, add 3 to each digit. And for the last 4, subtract 2 from each digit. Don't mention my name, and remember, there's nothing more important than the law. Okay, so I see. I get it. Okay. So remember that one of these puzzles asked us to say, what are the two things the experts care most about? And the hacker cared most about truth, and the cop cared most about the law. So that's going to be the answer to what Phil, Herbert, and Fluke hold as most important. So this was Fluke. He cared most about truth. And Herbert cared most about law. So that's the answer to these two questions. That's why we're getting this bold text here. And we have put in the alibi. And then this seems this seems a bit silly, right? 313 222 2765. And then it just says subtract 1 from each digit for the area code. So 202. Why is this a puzzle? For the prefix, add 3. So 555. For the last 4 digits, subtract 2 from each. 0, 5, 4, 3. Is that really a point? Is there really a point in that as a puzzle? Does he really think this is going to save him from being caught up in something? And Jamie points out in the chat, yes, that the order has to be split. Okay, well, let's take our break now. We'll come back and we'll put in this code. I think we are very close to being finished. 5 hours, 44 minutes. It looks like the chat is just hanging on to their consciousness. And I'm still here. That's what counts. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're just about at the end of playing through The Watcher by Deadbolt Mystery Society. We're on the very final pieces of this. We've got 2 suspects left. We're told they're not even using their real names. It's actually talking about 3 suspects, but feels like we've already just eliminated one of our 3. And just that this letter doesn't know about it yet. So really, we've got 2. We've got 3 quote-unquote puzzles to solve. The first one, though, looks like we're ready to do it, which is the phone number. So let's go ahead and make this phone call. Okay, it wants the phone number without dashes and had a very simple transformation, 202-555-0543. Seemed kind of pointless to do this translation. It looks like we're going to have something to listen to. Remove security and save it. It's a PDF file with audio. All right, let's see what there really is audio that we can listen to together. All right.
I heard you were wanting more information about Israel Rush. While I can't tell you much, I can say that Agent Rush is working undercover on an assignment. He was out of town on February 20th for a debriefing. I hope that helps in your investigation.
How am I going to solve that?
I heard you were wanting more information about Israel Rush. While I can't tell you much, I can say that Agent Rush is working undercover on an assignment. He was out of town on February 20th for a debriefing. I hope that helps in your investigation.
This is the first time that this has failed. This audio. Let's see if I can get it to work on this. That's unfortunate.
I heard you were wanting more information about Israel Rush. While I can't tell you much, I can say that Agent Rush is working undercover on an assignment. He was out of town on February 20th for a debriefing. I hope that helps in your investigation.
Okay, so Israel Rush is an FBI agent or whatever. He's working undercover, and he was out of town February 20th. Okay, so we actually did have an alibi on February 20th. That was the note that said, "I saw you dance" on February 20th. That's when she went dancing. So Israel Rush has alibi. So we have our lone suspect, Charlie Hernandez, the barista. So we should be able to answer this question. Use the stalker's initials followed by what Phil Herbert and Fu hold is most important. No, we can't do this because we were just told he's using a fake name. So let's go ahead and answer this question. And then maybe we'll reread what Charlie Hernandez... Let's reread this right now before we accuse this guy. There's a coffee shop I frequent, Cafe Terrific Noir. We have a new worker there, started about a month back. I don't know much about him. I caught him staring at me a few times. He has been nice every time he's served me coffee. He says, I live a weird life. My father's from Spain, my mother's Irish, and somehow I ended up working in a coffee shop. I like my job well enough. It's not what I would have chosen, but I have to pay rent somehow. Since my art isn't selling yet, here I am. One day I will catch my big break. It's just hard to find someone who can appreciate my unique style. I would call it a combination of psychedelic modern art mixed with classic Renaissance. Show me some of his art. I think the kid will be working as a coffee barista for the foreseeable future. But we noted right away that he was an artist, which was a bit weird. A bit tied into some of the notes left. All right, let's go ahead and answer this. So the initials, which are going to be CH. So CH, followed by what Phil Herbert and Fluke 3 hold as most important, no caps, no spaces. So LAW and truth. CH law truth. All right, here we go. CH for Charlie Hernandez, and then LAWTRUTH. All right. After eliminating 2 of the remaining 3 suspects and determining the identity of the watcher, you head out to find the culprit. Once it kicks in, the sedative that Allison was given should keep her calm until you can locate the stalker and bring him to justice. However, you barely get into your car when an image text comes through from Allison with the following explanation. This was left under my pillow sometime while I've been in the hospital. I just found it. Almost immediately, the text is followed by a call from Allison. Gulp. Allison, I know you think I'm a nut job, but I'm extremely sane. Oh, and Will Street suckers, you'll never figure out who I am. This is how confident I am. E2, F8, G17, I18, K4, whatever. Then there's a click button for answering the phone. Okay, so surely it's this, right? E2 probably is call. No, because there aren't 8 words here. Second, is it by letters? Let's see here. E2, the second letter would be a C. F8, the 8th letter would be an A. G17, do we have the 17 letters for G? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, R. CAR, then I18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. L. A4. 1, 2, 3, 4 is an H. Don't like that. Oh, Carl. M20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Q3 is an R. R10 is going to be a Y. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Carl Henry is our guy's name. All right, so we found Charlie Hernandez is really Carl Henry. So we're probably done with this. But now we're going to have to answer this phone, I guess. I'm a little nervous to do so. All right, here we go.
He's here! You have to help me. He doesn't know that I can see him. He just got off the elevator and is heading my way to room 518. He's going to kill me this time. He's dressed like a doctor and has a scalpel. Hurry!
Oh my God. All right. Well, I don't have time to answer Anna's point here. It's time to scan this in and tell him where to go. So in that audio you heard, she said room 518. All right, so quickly, enter the real name of the watcher and the room number where you'll find him. What happened? What happened? Oh my God, that's crazy. Yes, download it again. All right, it didn't like whatever happened. All right, so Carl Henry 518. Carl Henry is the watcher. Once the call ends, you rush to the hospital praying you can make it in time. Reaching the 5th floor, you peer into Allison's room. Through the window on the door, you spot Allison tied to a chair with Carl standing in front of her, ranting and wildly gesticulating with his arm. He's dressed like a doctor. His head is covered in a surgeon's scrub cap, and he's wearing a paper mask over his face, which obscures his features. It explains how he was able to gain access to Allison's room without being noticed. You hear him through the door. Why do you make me like this? I don't want to be like this. If you would just stop fighting me, I wouldn't need to keep hurting you. I've loved you ever since we both spent time in this very hospital so many years ago. I've never forgotten about you. Surely you've thought about me too, after all we shared. Allison's eyes go wide as she remembers the red-haired boy named Carl she met 15 years earlier. I remember you. We were both admitted to the children's center because of the measles. We were just kids. I've loved you from the start, Carl persists. It took me forever to find you again. I won't lose you a second time. It's then that you see the scalpel in Carl's right hand and the cuts on Allison's arms. Carl's too close to Allison. With his mental state so precarious, stepping in now could trigger him to do something worse to Allison. So you wait for an opportunity, but ready yourself to step in if things turn ugly. I just wanted us to be together, Carl continues. We are perfect for each other. I know I can bring out the best in you if you let me, and you bring out the best in me, when you aren't fighting me, that is. As soon as Carl turns his back and steps away from Allison, you and Justin rush into action. Justin tackles Carl to the ground and sends the scalpel flying away. You both quickly subdue Carl and get him in cuffs. He thrashes and writhes beneath you like a trapped animal, but neither of you let go. You're quickly assisted by one of the other officers who had briefly stepped to the end of the hall for a cup of coffee. Once Allison is untied, she falls into your arms, sobbing, "Please don't let him hurt me anymore, please." "You're safe now," you assure her. "He won't hurt anyone else again." Carl is like a rabid animal, furious at being denied his prize. I was just trying to protect her and make her better. Why can't you people see that? Several nurses rush into the room. As one of them moves to tend to Allison, he helped Justin take the stalker to the ground floor. Once Carl is loaded into the back of the police cruiser, you breathe a sigh of relief. You don't understand, Carl says, on the verge of tears. It wasn't supposed to end this way. She's mine. I can't lose her again. Allison is the least of your worries, you remind Carl. You have bigger problems on your hands. That's very true, Officer Phil says as he walks over to you. Prison won't be a pleasant place for you. Carl doesn't understand what he means by that, and Phil doesn't bother to explain. Once Carl's taken away, however, he fills you in on what else he was able to learn about the stalker. It turns out this is not the first time Carl has made unwanted advances on a woman. While living in Memphis, he stalked a girl by the name of Christy Devon. Unfortunately for Carl, Christy's brothers were part of a gang known as the Hardcore Brotherhood. When they found out what he was up to, they immediately went after him. He fled, of course, which is why he came to Valley Falls. He was trying to lay low, but like most scum, he didn't change his ways. We'll see what happens once the Hardcore Brotherhood finds out where he is now. I doubt we could stop that information from getting out. Too many of their members are doing time and word spreads. I'm sure they'll end up arranging a nice welcoming party for Carl once he's in prison. Honestly, not caring what happens to the scumbag, you head out, ready for some rest. Happy that you were able to save a life and put a pin in this whole sordid mess, you head to your car and say, case closed. It does seem like you can't let this guy ever out of prison. Like, this is a case for, it's too risky to try to rehabilitate. That person should be in prison for life or, death penalty. I guess we're going for some extrajudicial justice here, but either way, let's hope this guy doesn't get out. Otherwise, in 2026, we might see a Deadbolt Mystery Society follow-up box. Valley Falls Police Department is interesting. Okay, well, there you have it. We have finished playing The Watcher, 6 hours and 10 minutes. This makes it one of the longer boxes we played, not counting our first couple boxes, which we played at a very different slow pace that took multiple days. This is one of our longer modern boxes. I can see why it's beloved. Okay, but we need to do our thing. We need to take a short break just to put a marker in the video. So we're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the case. If you've stuck around, YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers. If you're stuck around and you still are awake, I want to hear what you thought of the case, but I'll see you in 3 minutes. All right, well, we did it. We solved the case of the Watcher, and now we're going to talk about the solution, talk about the experience. Checking in with the chat, there's some nice comments about how this unfolded. Anna says, I liked it. The setup was intriguing. Puzzles were harder than usual, multiple steps. I liked keeping track of time frames and gradually clearing suspects with alibis. So, I mean, overall impression, I can see why this is a highly rated case. It was very good. There were no bullets, no puzzles that were truly, no bad puzzles. We did solve every puzzle. They were frequently not super easy. And we ran into a couple of times where we couldn't proceed and we had to attack something different. So as a collection of puzzles, I think they were very solid. None really amazing, though. I wouldn't say there was any particular puzzle here that blew me away, and it's not like this had my favorite puzzles. They were just a large collection, a very generous collection of very solid puzzles. And there were a couple that were pretty cool. A couple that seemed like, how are we going to do this? And then we were able to piece together ideas that worked. So yes, very satisfying puzzles. But again, what always seems to make the Deadbolt Mystery Society games really enjoyable is the narrative. And this sort of adult, creepy narrative. This is like a real adult, scary situation, a really crazy stalker who's at risk of killing people. And there were some nice touches, right? Like we got these creepy photographs. Like this felt dangerous. Like it felt like this stalker was going to cause real damage. And there was, you know, a little bit of audio, a little bit of a good villain. A good villain makes a case. And this case had a good villain. And you can see one of the sciences of storytelling here is we got all these creepy notes from the killer right in the beginning, right? And I love how they're like, this guy is like telling her how much he loves her, all the good qualities about her. Like, this is a real stalker does this. This is how real stalkers are. They're like all adoring the person and loving them and wanting to be with them, and then they turn threatening. So, like, it feels real there. The other part where this case is so successful is the other part about Deadbolt Mystery Society games, which when they work, when they do it, I really enjoy, which is that there's lots of puzzle games that are like, here's the puzzle. Here are the 2 pieces of paper, now go solve the puzzle. But frequently what we get in these games are half puzzle, or more than half, maybe 80% puzzle, but 20% what you might call reading comprehension. And you could see what we got here is like little bits of clues scattered in different places with lots of narrative. And we got to hear from each of these people a little bit from themselves, about themselves, and what Allison's thoughts about them were. And then we had this whole element here of timeline. This is a real timeline-centric case where the way we alibied everyone was sort of multiple step. We got a clue from the killer about observing something creepy, and then each person had some days they were alibied, and we had to figure out what note was delivered when, what was it claiming to have observed, and then how could we use that to alibi someone. So this is sort of a more sophisticated way to rule people out via alibis. About as well as we've seen it done. And most of the puzzles here were sort of cipher puzzles, codes and ciphers. Not my favorite thing to do, but reasonably well done. None of it was painful to go through. Some of it was a little oddly easy. And then a very good narrative story that ended up us catching and everything. I would say, and I like the acts and the pacing, all that. So I think if there's anything to complain about, it's that it was all alibi timeline. So I think for my money, for my tastes, I enjoy when there's a little bit more psychology going on. In this case, basically, it was start with 9 and then get rid of one by one, get rid of everyone with an airtight alibi. It's a formula. It works well. It's done as well here as we've ever seen it done. And this little trick about how to alibying people was very satisfying. But in the end, it really did come down to alibying everyone. And there's no real aha moment and no thing where we're thinking something and then it turns out to be another thing. It's basically just alibi each person until we get down to 1. That's not really a complaint. I mean, this isn't a cold case game. We don't expect it to be. So for what it is, really very good. One of the better ones. I think, where would I rate it? I think probably an 8 or a 9. It's right up there. Maybe 8. Maybe not quite in the 9 territory just because it's so straightforward. Maybe even not my favorite villain. I mean, it was a very nicely fleshed out villain, but no real surprises with him. Very good case, though. A very good case. A solid 8, maybe. Let's see. I will say the only puzzle that confused me was how he got his real name. The fact that it was from the note the stalker left under the pillow and the taunting note. It seems weird he would provide us with his real name. Well, he said, like, I don't think you're going to be able to solve this, so I'm going to taunt you with it. Where would you rank this with your, those of you who have played a bunch of Deadbolts? I know that Dorp, who joined us in the beginning, said that this was his favorite Deadbolt Mystery Society box. And that's not the case for me. This definitely isn't my favorite. But I did really like it. Derek says 9.0 for him. Is this your favorite Deadbolt Mystery Society box, Derek? It is a very clever idea for an alibi system. Like, normally you've got some clue you solve and you get an alibi and that rules a person out. It's very clever to have a 2-part thing here where you have to sort of really figure out what is he talking about? Where did that happen using this person's diary? That was a very fun element of the game, probably the highlight. Mystified says, yeah, puzzle-wise, I like the Wealth of Murder. Well, yes, I agree. I mean, there's a good example. Wealth of Murder was like a different level of cleverness regarding the entire puzzle. Jamie says, I think I like the ventriloquist more. That's a good example of maybe a more compelling villain here. This is sort of a one-note game, but very solid. All right. Well, a pleasure as always. Thank you for joining me. Look forward to my review of the last 5 boxes we played. I think we played I think I liked one of the boxes we played a couple months ago better than this. I rated it as a 9. That was Witch Hunt. And I think that was mainly due to the psychology and the villains. In this case, it was really just 9 suspects. It's going to be one of them. So maybe a little bit too straightforward. But solid. Very solid. All right. Maybe we'll play something else during the week at some point, but definitely not tomorrow. Time to take a break, 6.5 hours. Congratulations for everyone who stuck with me for the whole thing. I'll see you next time.